I think we'll just pause for a little moment and let folks who are still coming online join us. One thing though to note, it sounds like we can hear audio coming through, so if folks would like to mute themselves and then later on we can unmute whenever folks want to talk, folks on the work group, that'd be great. But let's give it a few more minutes and then we'll kick off in earnest. Good morning, folks. Sammy Osmond here from Climate Action Reserve, and welcome to our second work group meeting for the Soil Enrichment Protocol. Can we have everybody on the line mute themselves, and then we can have folks unmute themselves when they want to jump in. Excellent, thanks. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us, especially some of you at relatively short notice. Really appreciate that. So a little bit of housekeeping to start with. Workgroup members will have the opportunity to actively participate throughout the meeting. So again, all of you will have the opportunity to unmute yourselves at any time, but we'd ask if you could keep yourself muted otherwise, that would be fantastic. We really encourage folks, especially the workgroup, to reach out and ask questions throughout the session. Unmute yourselves and do that verbally, that would be great. Last time we had a really fantastic level of discussion going, but it was all in the chat function apart from right at the end. So if we could avoid that today, that would probably be even better. That way all the observers get to engage or listen in on those discussions. I think that would be most useful for everybody. And also it just helps engender a little bit more of a flow, less of me talking and more of an open discussion. All other attendees and observers will be in listen-only mode throughout the webinar. But you can certainly feel free to enter questions in the chat function if you like. And if we have time at the end, we'll see if we can address those. Otherwise, we'll have our contact details at the end. So reach out via email if you'd like to engage with us on a one-on-one basis. We will follow up by email to answer any significant questions not addressed during the meeting. I like the word significant there, just in case we get bombarded. But I think last time we were able to pretty much engage on all the issues that were raised. But let's play it by ear. The slides and a recording of the presentation will be posted online. So if you have any colleagues that missed it, or if you need to take off, that should be fine. You can come back and download the recording, and these slides will also be available. Okay, let's get moving. Today's agenda will be fairly similar to what we had the last time. We'll start off with some really light introductions. I'll just introduce myself and introduce you to the rest of the reserve team that's doing most of the drafting of this protocol, and then we'll show you again all the members of the work group, but we won't ask work group members to introduce themselves. We'll just have their names and organizations up on the slide. From there, we'll move over to a process overview, just to remind folks of exactly what the process is that we're following and where this webinar fits into that. From there, we'll move to a protocol overview. So you'll recall, those of you who were on the first webinar, workgroup webinar, that there were quite a good number of slides there in which we introduced a whole number of different ideas, as well as pointed towards what we were hoping to do, what our proposal was going to be. This time around, it'll be a lot more focused on exactly what we're proposing with the specific protocol here. From there, we'll also include discussion of key issues. So those will probably pop up throughout the protocol overview process, actually. But there might be a couple of other key issues summarized from time to time. And then open discussion. But as we said at the outset, discussion throughout is what we're encouraging. So if you see something, you hear something, and you'd like to engage, there's no need to wait until the end. Jump in and let's talk about it when an issue comes up. Or if you'd like, you can also address things at the end, especially if we have a little bit of time. From there, we'll circle back to next steps. So a little bit more of the process and just sort of remind you where we are, what we want to do next, and then invite you to provide feedback within a specified time frame. Okay, by way of introductions, I think most of you should know me by now. I'm Sammy Osman. I'm the first person up there, Senior Policy Manager at the Climate Action Reserve, and I'll be leading the protocol development process on behalf of the Reserve, so steering this through. We've also got Heather Raven. Would you like to say a quick hello, Heather? Don't mean to catch you off guard.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. This is Heather again, Senior Project Coordinator, and I'm sure you've heard from most of me by now, but welcome.
Great, and at the risk of catching you folks off guard, would John or Sarah, would you like to say a quick hello, perhaps in that order?
Yeah, hi everyone, this is John Remicall. Welcome, and I'll be helping with the protocol drafting going forward.
Hi everyone, this is Sarah Westcott. I'm the Senior Forest Program Manager at the Reserve, and I will also be helping with drafting the protocol.
Great, thanks guys, sorry to catch you off guard there. And then for the work group, I will not ask you to introduce yourselves, so no surprises there. Let's move the slides over. Great, so as you can see, we've got a really well-stacked work group here. They've been very active, so big thanks to each of you again for joining us and for participating so actively and engaging so heavily in this. And that's what we're hoping for today and going forward. So let's get into the process.
Sammy?
Yes.
Yeah, can we either do a roll call or have people say who's on? I mean, I can see a couple of names in the attendees, but I don't know how many of the work group members are here, and I think that's helpful as I think about comments and engagement.
Sure, I believe that's our good friend Robert Parkhurst. Let me see, so I think we've got Robert. We've also got Bill Schleiser. And let's see, we've got Christian Davies. We've got Dr. Gerrig Faisal. We've got Max Dubison. And we've got Tom Cannon thus far. Let me just check the attendees list just in case. We've got a representative from Varesco Solutions. It's Brian McConkey.
Hi, Sammy. Doran Cox is also here, and Tom Stoddard. I'm just trying to work on making them a panelist, but I will be able to unmute them so they can speak during the call, but just for some reason, the software won't let me make them a panelist right now.
Yeah.
So Tom and Doran, I'll unmute you right now so you can control mute.
Dawn and Tom, excellent. And then the first person speaking there was Robert Parkhurst as well. So it looks like we've got a good number of workgroup members. A number did advise that they weren't able to make it, and then sometimes we're not able to catch immediate responses too. So I believe Nicholas Gozer is not going to make it, so I'll be catching up with him, I think, early next week for a chat, and then that's all I can speak to immediately at this point. So quite possibly we'll pick up a number of the others that haven't quite joined yet a little bit later during the call. Oops, got to unmute myself. Okay, in terms of protocol development overview. This is just a very basic statement here. So our goal, let's just be clear here, let's reiterate what the goal is. We're here to try to create a robust soil enrichment protocol that provides best practices for GHG accounting. In particular, there's a focus on increases in soil organic carbon stocks, but we'll also try to accommodate as much as possible reductions in other greenhouse gases in order to generate climate reserve tons. So that's the name of our offsets, climate reserve tons. So we will look to adhere to high quality offset criteria and also the reserve's own principles. Oh, could everybody make sure they've muted themselves? Great. We'll look to make use of lessons learned from emerging technologies, other offset protocols and projects, other regulatory programs, and other conservation programs. As we talked about at length during the previous workgroup meeting, we're going to look to bring in as much of those existing structures and mechanisms as we possibly can, in particular to keep transaction costs down for project developers. And we are here to solicit and incorporate expert stakeholder feedback as much as possible. So in particular with this process, it's the work group, but obviously we've also got the observers there. So and we'll be putting the protocol out to the public once it's ready. So we definitely are very much open to feedback from as many stakeholders that would like to provide that feedback. In terms of development timeline, we started off with a scoping meeting in January of this year. From there, we formed the work group in January. We had our first meeting at the beginning of February, exactly a month ago. Today, we're having our second work group meeting, and we've got a third work group meeting already lined up for Friday, April the 3rd. And then from there, we will move into a public comment period. So that's typically 30 days of duration for which we publish a full protocol online so that any of the members of the public could take a look at that and provide feedback. We usually stipulate a certain period of time during which we would like to receive written feedback. And then from there, we respond in writing publicly to any written feedback that we receive. So any members of the work group, as well as observers and any other members of the public, are most welcome to provide formal feedback, and we will be responding in kind. From there, we will present the final protocol to our board and invite them to adopt it, and that will be on June 10th. Okay, let's move into the protocol itself. So again, this is a much more refined picture of exactly what we're hoping to include in this protocol, as opposed to all the sort of general concepts which we went over in the first meeting. So the structure of the discussion today will essentially follow the structure in our protocol. So first we'll hit on eligibility, in particular additionality, but other eligibility issues as well. From there, we'll move to looking at ownership, aggregation, and permanence. From there, we'll look to explore key issues with respect to quantification. There's a couple of examples there, direct measurement and modeling in particular, and then also sampling and stratification, as those are going to be most critical elements of the quantification approach that we're proposing. From there, we'll move on to exploring monitoring, reporting, and verification. Okay, let's look at eligibility and additionality. And you can see we're already sneaking in a couple of other issues: ownership, aggregation, permanence. Okay, eligibility and additionality. So by way of project definition, what we're talking about is the adoption of agricultural management practices that are intended to increase soil organic carbon storage and or decrease net emissions of CO2, methane, nitrous oxide from agricultural operations as compared to the baseline. In terms of additionality, the screen that we're proposing is that growers must adopt at least one new practice change. The adoption of multiple regenerative agricultural practices is not a common practice. Therefore, if a farmer is already doing a number of these and adopts another one, then we're saying that that's additional. Or if the farmer chooses to adopt a suite of practices all at once, again, that's not common practice, so that would be automatically considered additional. The second sub-dot point there, adoption of a single regenerative ag practice where none is already occurring requires demonstration that such practice is not common practice in a given region. And in brackets there, perhaps we could look at specific combination of crop activities and region. So in other words, the first dot point there, we're saying the adoption of multiple of these sustainable ag practices, conservation practices, or regenerative practices is not so common. The more that are bundled together, the less common it is. However, if we're talking about a largely conventional operation that adopts a single practice, it's a little bit harder to make a sweeping statement that is not common practice. So we'll have to look a little bit closer at the specific combination of region, practice, and activities, and probably cropping system to make sure that we think that's safe. I might pause there for a moment to see if anybody wants to speak, but also check. Looks like we've got a comment coming in.
Yeah, I've got a question about that one, Sammy. This is Max. Are you suggesting that you would be conducting common practice assessments during protocol development, or are you suggesting that the project developer provide demonstration relevant to their project?
Yeah, good question, Max. I think it could be either. I think typically what we try to do is gather together as much information we can during the protocol development process to make those assessments, and then we would put forward, for instance, we mentioned the term positive list. So we've done that in other protocols. Other offset programs also do that, where essentially we would undertake a research effort now during the development process, and we might say, okay, these 5,000 combinations we think are clearly eligible, and we're going to publish those in a positive list. If you're on that list, you don't need to worry about it. Tick the box, keep moving. If you're not on that list, that's not to say that you're not able to do it, but you need to convince it. So if we're able to get that information during this development process, then we can do that. It's typically a little bit resource intensive in terms of the amount of data that we would need. We did that recently, obviously, with our nitrogen management protocol. So we could even perhaps borrow from that and use those as a proxy for what we think is likely to be additional. But that protocol only touched on a short number of the practices that we're hoping to incorporate here. So as a fallback option to allow as many different combinations in as possible, we could throw it back to the project developers themselves to do that on a sort of year by year, field by field basis. That could be a useful catch-all, albeit one that's a little bit more onerous to the project developer.
So, follow-up question, Sammy. Would you then have kind of two tiers of or two processes for the practices? One would be or I guess since you have an indicative list but not a positive list, so does that mean that you have a more robust validation process than than the reservists had in the past? In other words, you'd have to review each of the submissions for a project to see if it actually would generate reductions.
Yeah, good question. And that was Robert again, for those of you who aren't already very familiar with Robert. So let me step back a bit and say, we do have some protocols for which we do this on a limited basis. For instance, our livestock protocol under both our voluntary program and also the California compliance program. There is a very small subset of projects under that for which we need to do an assessment of local conditions to demonstrate that the project would be additional. In particular, I'm referring to Greenfields project where there was no dairy before. So we do have a little bit of experience on doing that at a project by project basis. Our strong preference would be to do it as a standardized approach up front, to take the burden of doing that off the project developers and shouldering it ourselves. as to the veracity, I don't know that we would certainly wouldn't say that it's less diligent for us to do that in the future on a project by project basis than doing it now. And I don't know that we would necessarily prescribe a specific path that the project would need to take to get through that approval process. We can definitely explore that further, but you know, there's usually a balance between providing as much guidance to the public as possible so they know how to get through that process versus leaving flexibility open to ourselves. But when we go through a little bit further on these slides, let's look at when we're looking at the setting the baseline. That's an example of where we might have a hierarchy of different possibilities of the types of evidence that might suffice. So it might be that we can reflect back on this question when we get there and take a look at what's proposed there. And just to summarize it briefly, it includes options such as, you know, a bunch of data from the project themselves, or it could be a range of proxies that we're able to look at, such as regional averages or perhaps third-party expert statements. There might be a range of different approaches we could take in terms of what sort of evidence would satisfy us. But we certainly haven't made any clear determinations in terms of what exactly we would look for in terms of criteria. One further point, with respect to the ability to quantify emission reductions, there will be a separate process that will need to be demonstrated in order to accommodate whatever it is these activities are in terms of whether we can quantify them or not. There'll be a validation process, in particular for the biogeochemical models. So that'll be additional screening. What we're talking about here is simply whether we consider the suite of practices additional or not. It's a bit more of a policy consideration. But later we will also need to have enough scientific evidence to demonstrate that we can actually quantify emission reductions using the given model. And so that will be another further screening process. Maybe I'll pause there.
I think that's a really good point. This is Max. And I would actually even generalize this one step further, which is that the barrier here is getting farmers to change their behavior. And so the demonstration is essentially around that they are changing their behavior and that behavior change is new. And like you said, the model needs to be validated for whatever that behavior change is, and then will tell us whether there's a greenhouse gas benefit. So, you know, there's no incentive for project developers to put forth behavior change that won't have carbon benefits, because they're going to spend a lot of money to get no credit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, that's nicely characterized. So this is the social change. This is the social aspect here. What we're doing here is we're screening out and saying, okay, if the farmers truly are going beyond what they were doing yesterday, then that's going to trigger the project to be eligible. From there, they still need to go through those further scientifically driven validation, model validation screening, which will determine whether or not they actually get any emission reductions from this suite of practices that's being adopted. Let me just check the messages. So I've got a few coming in. Okay, good. Okay, I'll keep moving, but certainly please keep reaching out with the discussion points. That's exactly what we're looking for. So thanks again to folks for that. Let's see, provide an indicative list, but not a positive list. Right, so thus far, we are sort of providing at least an indicative list. So what we mean by that is that sort of rigorous assessment of data is not complete. That's still a step that we need to undertake and finish here. So if we were able to do that, we might be able to say, here's a positive list. But you know, if you can appreciate, there's a lot of different crops being grown around the country. And in essence, each combination of crop, region, and even activities needs to be treated separately. So we're talking about tens of thousands of different combinations there. So, you know, to be able to get that data at this point and assess it and say with our degree of confidence that yes, this is something that we stand by, is a little bit of a different effort than to just say, okay, here's a range of activities that we have directional certainty on. In other words, based on our understanding of the general literature, we think that if you do these things, you're going to be going in the right direction. So we think, you know, those are likely to be capable of generating emission reductions. I'm not going to say they will, but it's probably a step in the right direction. And then also, based on our understanding of the literature, those are likely to be beyond what we are seeing already in those regions. So we will have that. That is already under development, and it's going to be, I think, probably in an appendix. But unlike some other previous protocols, we might not get to the point where we're able to say that those combinations are likely to generate emission reductions and also go beyond business as usual in those given regions combinations. Excuse me. Let's see. Practices must be different than the baseline management and must be able to be quantified with the chosen model. Right, so we mentioned that already. This is a practice change screening process. And then when it comes time to quantification, we will be comparing it to what happened yesterday. And so the emission reductions or the increase in soil carbon will be relative to the baseline, beyond what's already happening. So that's another screening process to make sure the results are additional. And last dot point there, we mentioned that already a couple of times. Model validation requirements will ensure quantifiability. So scientific rigor comes in the quantification step. Pause for a sec to see if anybody wants to reach out. Take a look at some questions coming in.
Yeah, this is Tom Cannon.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask about, I'm kind of back to the same point I made in the first meeting, in that growers that are, you know, out on the cutting edge and they're already in no-till, they're already doing, let's say, all 5 practices of regenerative ag, which I am doing. Would that mean that I couldn't participate?
That's a good question, and I mean, short answer is there is a danger of that, but a longer answer might be that if you think back at that slide we had in the first meeting where there was, you know, dozens and dozens of different activities, you know, it might be that you're able to adopt something that's slightly different to what you're doing, and that might be a trigger for eligibility. Plus also, there'll be a number of mechanisms by which we would try to be able to accommodate as much of the early actions, such as what you've been doing, as possible. Some of those options might be that we set the start date as perhaps it could be, you know, as early as a few years before the adoption of the protocol. There has also been mention of being able to try to generate regional averages for some of these key things that we're trying to measure. For instance, soil carbon. That's proving to be quite challenging. So we're not. It looks like it might not be possible to do that at this point. But I would say to you, we're certainly continuing to explore whatever options we can to make sure we're able to accommodate folks such as yourself who are already doing quite a lot as best as we can.
Yeah, and really, if you want the kind of advocacy that we need to push this, others like me that are, you know, out on the speaking circuit and promoting and having field days regularly, we really need to be a part of the push if we're gonna have widespread involvement.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, because honestly, a lot of times you'll see throughout this development process that offsets are actually tends to be quite a rigid process. You know, there's a lot of best practices that need to be followed, typically quite rigid structures. So sometimes we're not able to accommodate as best as we would like to, in particular early actors such as yourself. But certainly we definitely agree that, especially in an agricultural context, to be able to have farmers that have actually done this and demonstrate to their peers that it's safe, that you can transition your farming system over to something new and not only survive but thrive, I think is of critical importance. So we certainly recognise that, and we'll do our best to try to accommodate you within the actual protocol itself. But certainly, regardless of the degree to which we're able to do that, we think having folks like yourselves be a part of the overall message and a part of bringing this to market is definitely something that we think is very important. So,
well,
thanks.
Real quick, two more things real quick. One, by and large, stewardship and the love of the land overrides, for producers like myself, carbon programs and a lot of things. It's a real passion for those that are within my group of people. But then also I would say that for most growers, and this is what we've ran into as we're out promoting soil health and soil health principles, is that it's difficult, very difficult for most producers to change practices. Part of that being the average age is, I think, 67. So a lot of guys will look at you and say, why? I've already, I've got my land paid off. I'm in retirement or nearing it. So anyway, overall, I would say it's a big ask. But I don't know. I'm just, I'm kind of up in the air.
Yeah, we'd echo that. That's what we've seen as well in the published literature around grower behavior. That seems to support this idea that changing the way they do things is just fundamentally a barrier, regardless of the, what their neighbors are necessarily have already changed to do.
This is Tom Stoddard. I'd like to second that point about being open to including early adopters. That's absolutely critical for our recruitment efforts.
This is Robert, and Sammy, feel free to shoot this down as a rabbit hole. But I always hear about the average age of growers and how they're resistant to change, and I don't dispute that. I agree with it. So my question is that is there how much of a land transfer is going on right now, and is there an opportunity for us to target people at that point where we're transferring from one generation to the next, and bringing them in? Because I think there's an opportunity there, and that may not. That's more of an implementation thing than the development of it. But it's in my mind, those would be the absolute people we must hit. The others, we can talk to the people like Tom and others who are enlightened and believe in this and they're doing it. But our future really is in the future, the future generation of farmers.
Hey, it's Christian. A quick comment on one way that might be able to happen. If we focus on quantified carbon gains with time, even if somebody has implemented a practice and they've been doing it for a number of years, they will still be accumulating carbon up until a point at which they reach an equilibrium. So even though they've been doing it, they're still capturing carbon because of that change in practice that maybe was implemented previously. And that, looking at it that way, would allow you to include the likes of Tom, right? Up until the point at which your soil reaches equilibrium.
That's we'll look at the specific proposal here in terms of setting the baseline in a moment, but in essence, you're right, except that what we're proposing and what's standard practice is we would try to model the baseline practices into the future and take those into consideration. If there is a business as usual trajectory that's increasing, then we would take that into consideration, and that would be netted out of whatever the observed or measured increase is that's due to the new project activities, if that makes sense. But we have a couple of slides on that, and we'll go through that in the baseline section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another way to
One
look
more
at it
point.
might be asking farmers to commit for the first time to maintaining those previously adopted practices that they are, currently free to discontinue at will, but term of years under which they commit not to go back might be an incremental change that we could peg early adopter participation on.
Yes, that's a good idea. I think we actually pitched that early on, and the feedback was that it wasn't something that stakeholders were particularly interested in. But that's an avoided conversion type of a concept, and we even pitched that as maybe something that we could transition to in 10, 20, 30 years once the soil carbon levels have peaked. Maybe at that point we can, if there was a threat of being converted over to something else, it could be a different type of project. That is a mechanism that we've used elsewhere. So we could consider it further. But yeah, initial feedback was that that's not an area that people wanted to focus on, but maybe we can take that into consideration.
Okay, one thing that I found in my area, and I think this is widespread across the U.S., that you get an early adopter come in, they prove some certain practices work, let's say no-till, for instance, and then it becomes adopted by others within your area, almost like a wagon wheel, where you have spokes that are going out into other areas around you, and it grows from that position. So if the base for my county is now no-till, and it's largely due to practices I started 20 years ago, then if it's, let's say, more than 50% in this area, or 20%, or whatever it is, it would be advantageous if other people in the area became no-till and started down a regenerative path. But depending on the protocol, they might not be eligible for that no-till part, that no-till practice, if others in the area have already done it. Is that correct?
Not exactly. The way it would work would be if they adopted no-till and anything else that's a regenerative ag practice, then they'd be eligible. And if they haven't done no-till before, then they could earn credits for no-till as well as whatever else they're adopting.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And we can keep going through that, with other examples as well. But basically, if no-till is already very widely adopted in your specific area, then no-till itself wouldn't be a trigger for eligibility. But if they adopted any other practice that isn't already very common in your area, then that would trigger eligibility. And then we would look at each farm or each field even. And if your specific field has never done no-till before, then you would get credits for no-till and whatever else you're doing. If your specific field had been doing no-till, then no-till would get modeled into the baseline, and effectively you wouldn't be getting the credit for the no-till, which is already there. That makes sense.
Hi, Sammy. This is Dorn Cox. I wanted to weigh in here a little bit. I think one of the other ways around looking at this is a key part of regenerative ag is not just the practices, but the outcomes, and that can be represented actually in one of those practices in terms of adaptive management, essentially environmental feedback being incorporated into management decisions as a practice. And that's part of a continual improvement, sort of this continuum that even if you're doing it, all these practices, you can always do them better. And the way you know that you're doing better is through a practice of measurement. So measurement as best management practices, essentially, where I think we can include additional, where everybody can improve, I guess.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, and maybe let's ask you to remind us if I forget when we get to the baseline setting stage. Let's bring that up again. I'm not sure that we'd be sophisticated enough to capture that, but quite possibly we will. But once we get to the baseline setting stage slide, which is in the quantification section, let's revisit that idea, because I think there could be room for that in the proposal that we're discussing. But do folks want to continue to discuss these particular issues? I think that there might still be one or two people. Is that right?
I've got one comment. This is Max, just related to what Dorn just mentioned, which it also relates to this idea that we've heard that a lot of these practices where they have been adopted have been through, government pay for practice programs where performance was not considered, and there's kind of a minimum definition of what the practice is, and some concern that they're not always performing in the way that we want in terms of the greenhouse gas benefits. So in some places, a simple adoption rate could be misleading to the actual benefits on the land.
Okay, that's an interesting concept. And that
second that concept. Second that.
Plays into what Robert was saying, like what degree of investigation are we talking about here? So, all right, sounds like we might have to get the magnifying glass out and take a really close look. And if we do that, we might find that in terms of actual outcomes, published adoption rates might be a little bit misleading. Sounds like it would be quite an onerous investigation, but certainly if people are asking us en masse to do that, we can give it fair consideration.
Yeah, I'll third that point too. It was our experience. If you look at NRCS data for no-till in the Palouse, it's like 30-35%, but we did a remote sensing study that dialed down to residue coverage and stir rating, and basically, if you look at the fields, only about 3% are actually achieving what we would call low disturbance cropping.
Okay, yeah, that's great feedback. As I mentioned before, look, we've got a couple of options. We could prescribe specific things. This is the 3-4 things you definitely need to do before we can let you in. Or we could give some general guidance as to things we might find useful and leave it at that. And that creates greater flexibility. So if we do more towards the latter, then all these types of unique information, which might only be relevant for a given region, might come into play. And maybe we could sort of find what evidence is available, whatever's out there, let's look at it. And if you have remote sensing data and, NRCS is telling us there's, 100% adoption, but the remote sensing data is telling us, no, it's quite more like this. And if your extension folks are telling us, no, that's definitely not the case, perhaps we could combine those together and come up with a region or a project specific approach, which allows those folks in. I think we can, that fits within the general concept that we're pitching here, that at this stage where we don't have the data to make a yes or no determination, and we'll probably have to fall back on a project specific. And generally with those, we're able to be somewhat flexible in terms of the types of information that we take into consideration. Let me pause there, and then let's see, is there any other discussion points on this? And just keep in mind that we will come back to a lot of these issues when we're talking about quantification. So we will have a chance to look at some ideas that are directly relevant. Okay, great. Well, very, very good level of discussion there, exactly what we want. There was a work group member that was trying to speak up but had some problems with the audio. Are you good now? Are you good to go? Did you want to make a comment on this area here before we move on? I think we'll keep moving.
Hi, Sammy. We haven't been able to get her unmuted, unfortunately.
Okay, sorry about that. If you wanted to type a question in, Dr. Gerrig Faisal, please feel free to, and we can read it out. So sorry that you're having technical difficulties, and we can always engage later via email as well. But if you want to put something to the group, type it in, and we can read it out for you. I'll keep moving, and then we can certainly pause and take a look at that if that comes through the chat function. Okay, with respect to aggregation and ownership, what are we talking about here? So we've narrowed it down to probably two options which we think would work well, and actually one of them we think will work well, the other one probably not so well. So the first one is an individual grower can form a project all on their own. Could be a bit lonely. That's typically not necessarily so feasible. It's quite challenging. It would have to be a pretty big sort of a size farm for it to be eligible. But we do have some nice sized farms there. In fact, Tom, who spoke a number of times just a moment ago, he's got just one such farm. So in theory, it could be that an individual grower wants to come up and form a project, or a project developer brings a single grower in. So that's something that we would accommodate. Excuse me, there's a rooster in the background there. And then what we think is probably going to be more typical, probably easier to bring to market, more feasible, is if multiple fields and multiple growers can be aggregated or brought together into a single project. So those are the two options that we're progressing with at this point. I can mention too that we did have a third, which we call a cooperative approach, and we'll probably still have it there, but probably at a programmatic level outside of the protocol. That's what we're exploring at present. So I won't go into that into detail. But in essence, between these two options, you can bring whatever combination you see fit to market, and we'll be able to accommodate it. And just pause there and see if there's any questions or observations. That rooster's been going since about 4 in the morning. It's now almost 9. Busy fellow. Okay, allow for decoupling of greenhouse gas rights from land rights. So what we mean by this is we're hoping to not require some sort of encumbrance on the title of the land itself that the farmer owns. The farmer owns the land. So to achieve that, we'll do a couple of simple things. One, we'll assume that the grower owns the greenhouse gas rights unless they contractually transfer those to an aggregator. So in other words, let's assume the farmer is the one that's entitled to get the credits. We don't need to look deeper into whether the farmer has a written agreement with the landowner or whether the farmer is the landowner. We don't need to see title documents, and we don't need to register anything on title. Try to simplify it. The grower is the one that gets the credit. If the grower wants to sign up with a project developer or an aggregator, they do a simple contract. We want to look at that contract, and that contract names an aggregator, and then we simply assume the aggregator is the one that gets the credit. We don't require the grower to produce a deed or a title. A single aggregator would own all of the greenhouse gas rights or all of the offsets for any given field within the project, meaning that the project would have a single point of ownership. Credits would be issued to one single entity, being the aggregator. So it creates a lot more simplicity there. Just pause in case folks wanted to go over it, and I'll just check our chat function. Everything seems to be in order.
Sammy, this is Robert. I just want to clarify. So if it's a single farmer, they have the credits, but if you register the project as an aggregator, then do you have to provide proof that everybody's turned it over, or do you assume it and that it has to be verified? Like, how do you?
Yeah, good question.
So,
You would have
okay.
to prove it. So we're going to come out of the gate saying that if a farmer shows up, we're going to trust the farmer is the one that gets the credits, right? Because they're the ones who are doing the actual actions here that are going to save us all. So they get the credits. If some other person wants to show up and say, hey, I want the credits from all these thousands of farmers, well, then we need proof that the farmer has signed the rights over to those thousands of farms to this person. We're not just going to take their word for it. So at that point, that person, who we call an aggregator, would present us with 1,000 contracts to say, here's a simple contract I have with each one of these 1,000 farmers that says farmer A gives me their greenhouse gas rights. And so part of our process is we will be exploring those simple contracts. We don't require anything specific, but we definitely require something in writing. And the verifiers would invariably look at that and just tell us, yes, we looked at it all. And then if they do that, means as an offset registry, we might not even need to look at it unless there's some sort of anomaly, in which case we might want to take a look at the contracts as well. But hopefully that answers your question.
So I go and I Rob's carbon company goes and registers a project with 1,000 farmers on it. So do you assume all 1,000 of those farmers get the credits unless I state otherwise? And then do they all have to create accounts for that? Or
no, yeah, good question. There will be one account for each project. You either bring one farmer forward and you have one contract, or you bring 1,000 farmers forward and you have 1,000 contracts. In both instances, there's one project developer that gets the credits. Each project will only have a single owner in our system.
Yeah, Robert, I think the key is when you use the word, with the word project, there's one project owner. So whoever brings it forward has to have all the greenhouse gas rights. So no, the farmers wouldn't open an account.
Okay, so in the process of registering the account, you have to register it as an aggregate and have all the contracts set up.
Yes, you need to register it as an aggregate. No, you don't need to have all the contracts set up necessarily. You can bring them to us as you have fields enter. You know, the idea would be an aggregator sets up an account and says, yeah, we're going to bring in as many farmers as we can. We've got 3 at the moment, but we hope to get 5 million. And then over time, they would bring us more and more. We only really need to see the contracts each time they ask for credits. So when they come in and say, now we want to get paid, at that point, we'll say, all right, well, how many different fields, how many different farms? They'll say 10,000 different farmers. Okay, we need 10,000 contracts then. So it's probably at that point that we would need to actually have the documentation and verify it. Whereas at the account setup stage, anybody can show up and tell us they want to be an aggregator. They'll have to pay a fee. We'll do a know your client style investigation the same way you would opening an account at a bank, for instance. A little bit of checks on your organization and make sure you are Robert, who you say you are. And then that process is typically fairly straightforward. And then later on, even when you want to claim emission reductions on behalf of 10,000 farmers, that's the point at which you would need to present those 10,000 simple contracts.
And you only need to do the know your customer with the person you're issuing the contracts, the credits to. You don't have to do it for all of the subs that are a part of it.
That's right. That's right. That's what we're hoping will work here.
And then it'll be up to the aggregator to automate somehow that annual check that, you know, I'm thinking about the high instance of rentals in the ag space that, you know, that we're actually going to give it to the guy that is working the land that year versus giving it to the guy that worked the land last year who's on to another field. So, but you're not going to get involved in that. You're going to rely on the companies that are doing this and have all the checks in place to make sure that they're staying on top of who gets what credits.
Yes, that's right, and that's a good point. Those issues don't go away completely. I guess the main point we're putting forward is that we're not going to require you to clearly identify them as a part of, as the only way you can set up your project, including identifying the landholder. But as an aggregator for Rob's offsets, I think that was the name, you may want to do that yourself just to make sure you're doing your due diligence, but it wouldn't be a prescribed requirement of the program as such.
This is Bill at Delta. I was wondering, so basically an aggregator can create a dynamic pool, is what you're saying, and it just keeps growing as producers get added to it. I'm wondering how that impacts kind of verification year over year. I know we'll get to that later, but I just want to flag that as an issue, because usually you create a pool and then you create another pool. But what I'm hearing you say, Sammy, is that an aggregator could just continue adding farmers into their project.
Yeah, that's right. And we did have an aggregator raise that same issue. But what I would say in retort is every single time any project in any registry comes and asks for credits, the verifier will need to look at it as if it's a fresh scenario that they've never seen before. Sometimes, if that verifier happens to have verified the project before, they can rely to some degree on that previous information, just to sort of perhaps in their risk assessment. But in essence, every time a verifier is contracted, they treat it as a brand new project that they've never seen before, and they need to go out and do every single check that the verification best practice requires them to. So in this scenario, in this year, there's 10,000 farmers. They would go out and check all that documentation according to their own risk assessment. Next year, if there was 9,000 farmers, they would approach it the exact same way, and they would go out and make their checks with respect to the 9,000. So in any given year, the change in farmers, the change in the number of farmers, the number of the exact farms that are there, the combination of practices and whatnot, it shouldn't really change the core verification activities that they would have had to do anyway. That's the way I look at it. That's not necessarily how others might see it. And in fact, we had somebody who's a very experienced verifier, come at it with a different perspective. But from my personal perspective, I think it's pretty standard in terms of what verifiers are required to do. And then the other aspect is, look, we're not saying bringing 10,000 farmers is going to be easy or the best approach. What we're saying is we're going to leave it to the market to work out what's the most cost-effective way to bring these projects to market. If there's an aggregator out there that thinks 10 is the magic number, good luck, bring 10 to us. If there's an aggregator out there that thinks 10,000 is the magic number, good luck, bring 10,000 to us. We'll create the structure, we'll do things carefully, and then we'll defer to the market in terms of what's going to be cost-effective and workable. And clearly, the larger your project is, the more cumbersome and challenging it will be. But we're not the experts in project development as such, so we'll try to defer to the marketplace to see if they can come up, with new technologies and new ways to bring larger projects to market cost effectively.
Yeah, the major issue at play there is whether the crediting period is per aggregate or per field. And if it's per aggregate, then there comes a point in time where adding new farmers is less advantageous because they only get 15 out of 30 years. And you're better off starting a new project with everybody starting at 30 years.
Yeah, that's a good point. To be honest, I don't think we've fully settled exactly how we would like to do that. That's a great point. What I can tell you from our nitrogen management protocol was that we did this quirky thing where we applied the crediting period at both the field level and the project level. So that scenario you described where, let's say it's a 30-year project, which is what we're pitching here. If you're in year 29, those fields that get added, brand new fields at that point, if you've only got 1 year left of the project, maybe they should go off and find somebody else to join with and get 30 years on a new project. You're absolutely right. We haven't determined exactly how we want to apply the crediting period boundary, but quite possibly the scenario we just described will be there, and your observation will be right on point.
One nuance here, Sammy, your example of coming in year one with 10,000 farmers and then coming back in year two with 9,000 farmers, something to keep in mind is that the verifier would still have to say, well, what happened to the other 1,000 farmers? And the project developer, like if that was us, we'd have to demonstrate what happened to those other 1,000 farmers and how that was accounted for in the overall project accounting. And on the crediting period question, seems to me assessing it at the field level makes sense. In that regard, a quote-unquote project could have a longer lifetime than the 30 years, but as long as no individual fields were tracked for longer than 30 years in terms of crediting.
Yes, some good points there. Clearly, I oversimplified it. If part of your 10,000 fields from last year was included some soil organic carbon gains, then yes, this year, even though the verifier's got 9,000 farmers, much easier than 10,000, they would have to look at all of those fields for which there were soil organic carbon gains in the 10,000. So, part of our systems internally at the reserve will be, try to create systems to track each of those. As to exactly how we do that, that's yet to be determined. But in theory, we could say, here's the 10,000 fields from last year. Now there's 9,000 fields. Of those 10,000 from last year, there's 826 that you need to take a look at because they've got soil organic carbon gains. The others we don't care about unless they come back in the future, in which case they're going to need to demonstrate what they did in the interim period. There might be some ongoing monitoring requirements that you need to look at as the verifier. So yeah, the larger your project is, the more complicated the picture, and at some point it might break, but we'll try to create the structures that allow you to test those limits. Hopefully it doesn't break too soon.
Well, and I know, and this is Robert, I don't think you guys need to be the ones determining that those processes or those checks. I think that that's the project developers, because they're going to be working with the farmers, they should develop the systems to do that. I mean, that's what's happened in other markets. And Max, feel free to knock me over the head on that, but I think it's the right allocation of resources.
That's right. I mean, what we're repeatedly pushed to do by stakeholders is to reduce transaction costs, quote unquote. So I think at least what we will do is consider whether there are template or sort of standard structures that we can put into place and perhaps make them optional, and then let the marketplace have at it with whatever level of risk that they're comfortable with. But certainly we won't turn a blind eye to these issues. We'll try to explore them and see if there's mechanisms we can put in place to help reduce transaction costs. But yes, ultimately, what we prefer to do is create options, create flexibility, even with our templates. They're not mandatory, they're never mandatory, and just provide them, provide guidance, provide templates, provide structures, and if it's something that it's where flexibility is appropriate, we would leave it at that, and then let the parties proceed as they see fit. Looks like we've got a good number of questions and discussion points. We'll just have a quick look, make sure we're not missing any workgroup members that are trying to scream something out. I don't think so. Maybe. I think my colleagues are trying to attend to a couple of tech issues, but if anybody on the reserve staff wants to reach out to me and let me know that you want to, verbally put some questions that folks are having trouble putting themselves, feel free to jump in.
Heather.
Hi, Heather.
I just wanted to let you know that I think everything looks fine. I will be posting some comments from Dorn, so if he does write in some comments, he can speak and has muting and unmuting capabilities, but if he writes messages, not everyone on the work group will see, so I'll send them in to everyone just as an FYI. And I think we got Dr. Gehrig Faisal, her muting issues figured out now, so so those should work.
Okay, great. Excellent. So don't feel obliged to jump in, but our strong preference is to have people who are able to speak verbally. Otherwise, if there's some sort of issue, then we can certainly look for the alternative where we use the chat function. But thanks for that, Heather. Let me just check the question box in case anybody got. Looks good. Okay. Well, excellent discussion thus far. Let me see if I can find my place. allowing for decoupling. No limit on the number of fields or combinations. Sounds a bit scary, but nonetheless, that's what we're going to do. However, that sub-bullet point there, relative size threshold to avoid single field biasing the whole project. So that's a concept that we are looking to perhaps borrow from the forestry side. And I think it's just grounded in statistical analysis just to make sure that we don't get one big whale of a field that sort of throws off things in terms of sampling and stratification. So I won't go into detail with that unless somebody wants to ask questions. The next stop point, CRT is issued to the aggregated project as a whole, not differentiated by field. Right, so that gets to one of Robert's questions a moment ago. Well, what happens if there's 1,000 farmers? Are they all going to get their credits issued to them? 1,000 different accounts? No, there will always be one account per project, and that's who gets the credits. And then depending on their contracts, it's up to them how they divvy it up from there. That'll be a private matter for those parties, and we don't get involved in that. Some folks have sort of talked about potentially the reserve sort of offering some sort of guidance, maybe with respect to contracting or information security. I think we'll touch on that a little bit later in the slides, but typically we don't sort of get directly involved in issues in terms of contracting between the parties, but something like information security, because it's been raised a number of times during workgroup discussions, that might be an area where we offer guidance at least, and we come in and we say, look, farmers are sensitive about this information, and we make it really crystal clear how information flows through our system, and we sort of look to present that information to the public to make sure it's out there. And we might include in that some sort of guidance in terms of what we're seeing emerging as best practice in terms of safeguarding farmers' information. But otherwise, we don't typically get involved in the subcontracting. We issue credits to a single project developer. There's that booster again. The last dot point there, quantification allows for a sampling approach, accounting for introduced uncertainty. Okay, if we're talking about aggregation, if we're talking about thousands of farmers, what we are going to avoid is the need to go to every single one of those 1,000 farms and take 1,000 shovelfuls of soil or have a verified flyer around the country to 1,000 different fields. We're not going to do that. We're going to use sampling, statistically-based sampling, stratification, and then various mechanisms statistically based to account for the associated uncertainty. So just make that clear at this stage. And we'll come back to that in particular when we're looking at the, I think, quantification, but also the monitoring, verification, and reporting stage. Heather, one thing I didn't do beforehand is chat to you about when we want to break for drinks or pausing for that sort of thing. So if you want to just reach out any time when you think the audience needs a break, otherwise I'll keep soldiering on. So you take care of us being polite, otherwise I'll keep moving. That's okay with you?
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks, Heather. Same goes for the work group though. If you're about to mutiny, let us know and we'll see what Heather thinks. So permanence and assessing reversal risk. So we're talking about a range of different activities here. And quite possibly what we'll do is go through every single one of those, see if we can identify if there are really risks associated with reversing the gains there. Or it could be a lot simpler. It could be just, we're talking about soil carbon for the most part. What are the things we think could result in the soil carbon being released back to the atmosphere or being destroyed? Here's a couple of examples that we've put, the activities on the left. The second column there is a distinction we have in our program between whether we consider it something that the project developer did, which would be avoidable. There's some examples there. A return to intensive till. Well, that was a choice that the farmer made. Wasn't some sort of thing that was out of their control. So we would consider it avoidable. Versus unavoidable, maybe something more like a natural event, like catastrophic fire or flood. So there's a bit of a distinction there. And that distinction speaks to what we do as a remedy for that reversal. Generally speaking, avoidable reversals would be something that the project has to pay back themselves, whereas unavoidable reversals would be something that the program essentially makes right. The program would pay back those losses. I think a little bit later we'll talk about what mechanisms are in place. In particular, there'd be a buffer pool that would be used to account for the unavoidable reversals. But let's stick to this page just for now. So incidents, how often do these things occur, is something that we'll look into. And then the impact on soil carbon will be something that we explore. And that may or may not be quite so necessary or useful. For instance, if there's a huge reversal and we need to quantify it, it might be that we can just go in and do a direct measurement soil sample. But for some of the things that we are asking for buffer pool contributions, it might be that we try to estimate what those levels of contribution should be as a result of the incidence and also the impact on soil carbon. We've put some hypotheses there. We're still doing some research in terms of what the impacts could be. Maybe I'll pause there and see if anybody on the group would like to throw some ideas out about these. Okay. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but here's a little visual graphic of what we're talking about here. So over to the left there, non-reversible emission reductions. So if you recall, we've mentioned, I think, a couple of times, we're hoping to essentially drive and account for increases in soil carbon, but we're also going to look at decreases in emissions, immediate emissions. So immediate emission reductions for things like possibly CO2, for instance. If a farmer uses less fuel or less electricity on their irrigation pumps, that could be something that we capture and credit for, or nitrous oxide, for instance, or methane, CH4. So those will be included in our quantification efforts, and anytime there's emission reductions there that can be credited, well, there are emissions that have happened already, and we don't need to worry about permanence. Permanence is only relevant for sequestered soil carbon. So whenever there's sequestered soil carbon that gets paid out in the form of offsets, over here on the right-hand column is how we'll deal with those. We'll try to quantify the risk, try to mitigate the risk, and then if there's reversals, we'll try to keep an eye out for those and pay those back through some various mechanisms. And you can see some of the examples here that we'll go through on the following slides as well. Let me just pause there in case there's any questions or observations.
This is Robert. On the quantifying the risk, is it ex ante or ex post quantification?
Is it ex ante or ex post quantification? I mean, quantifying the risk will be ex post, I guess.
Well,
no, ex ante. Sorry. Yeah, good question. Was that Max? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in terms of the buffer pool, it's ex ante.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a little bit of a play on words, because if we're talking about risk as opposed to impact, then yeah, I think it's probably always ex ante, whereas the consequences is sometimes ex post, but also sometimes ex ante. Talking about the buffer pool, bit of a tongue twister.
Right, that's exactly where I was going. Was trying to think through those issues. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was a good question. I got tongue-tied there for a sec. Yeah, so let me just step back a bit. Where are we? Oops, other way. Yeah, so for these unavoidable ones, we're going to be, for at least these ones, and maybe a few others, we'll be asking for a buffer pool contribution, most likely. So at that point, we need to look at probably the incidence and the impact, try to quantify the risk, so that we choose a number as the percentage of credits that gets paid into the buffer pool, right? So to be fair to the aggregators, we shouldn't just pluck a really high number out of thin air. Ideally, we should try to ground that in science. So that's what we're flagging. But then if a reversal does occur, and hopefully they won't, then at that point we will explore various mechanisms to perhaps quantify the impact. So perhaps we would go out there with a shovel and dig a hole and just see for ourselves whether our hypothesizing was accurate or not. So we're still exploring those options.
This is Christian on that last slide. You have overly intensive grazing. What do you mean by that? Because there are adaptive multi-paddock grazing methods that do store carbon.
Right, so not those. Quite possibly there are also practices which aren't those, which are, let's say my stocking rates are 20 animals. If I bring 10,000 animals, quite possibly there will be some detriment that occurs as a result of it. But yes, you're absolutely right. There's probably a range of really awesome practices that could be adopted where livestock are introduced or livestock is already there and it's managed effectively, which would have very, very beneficial impacts on soil carbon levels. So we will try to accommodate for the positive impacts, but I guess we're flagging here. Let's say if the farmer stopped doing those positive things, quite possibly there could be a detriment. That makes sense.
Right, but it might be tricky to define what overly intensive grazing actually means.
That's right. We will probably defer to some sort of assessment on the project-specific basis. In other words, if you're trying to claim that you're doing something which is effective grazing, well, probably you've got some sort of a mechanism to assess that. You're not just going to make some sort of claim without any sort of rational basis to it, and we would assess it. There's a number of probably proxies that we can rely on, or existing programs. You know, we could defer to best practice like a BLN rangelands health assessment, which might include stocking. You know, if you're paying for the rights to graze, there could quite possibly be some sort of contractual arrangements which say, don't bring 10,000 animals, that's too much, you'll destroy my land. If that's the case, then we could perhaps read through that documentation and see, or we could be, I think we're probably not going to be prescriptive. We're probably going to be trying to create as much flexibility as we can there and rely on things like, assessments made by other programs, perhaps NRCS, BLM. There's probably a range that could be foreseeable. So draw on other people's expertise as much as possible.
It's also, kind of a long-term issue as well. 1 year of overgrazing is probably not a big deal, but sustained degradation could end up being a problem, and that might be something that for which we could have a proxy, remote sensing of NDVI or something like that over time. If after the crediting period it looks like the landscape's becoming less productive, then you could ask the question about that.
Yeah, it's a good point from Chris, because that's probably one that's not going to have as an immediate impact, right? As, let's say, the first one, the big bogeyman, the return to intensive tillage, that could quite possibly, mechanical disturbance could quite possibly have an immediate effect, whereas overly intensive grazing, good point from both of you, might be something that doesn't really have a measurable impact for years and years. So that's probably not a particularly good example to have here. And it might be that when we actually do our assessment, well, I guess over in the right-hand column, we've already indicated that we suspect this is low, and I guess it could be so low to the point where it's not likely to be a trigger for a reversal. It could be something that increases the risk of reversal, such that if we saw it repeated, we might expect that in that 5th year, when the project comes back to do a direct measurement, that we might see a change. I don't know, that's a good one. We pause there. Check this chat as well. Dawn got kicked off. Can we unmute Dawn? Sorry about that, Dawn. Yeah, good spotting, Chris. Yeah, you're right. That's an interesting one.
Dawn should be able to speak now, Sammy.
Okay, thanks, Heather. Thanks, Dawn. Sorry about that. Sorry for kicking you out. Any other thoughts before we keep going? But let's see. I think in the following slides we start to talk about, contract, et cetera, et cetera. But any other observations with respect to this hypothetical list here and the way we're sort of categorizing it and trying to conceptualize it? Okay, and yeah, just to be clear, this is sort of, you know, we're actively engaging with these ideas. We don't have any sort of firm, specific plan or outcomes already decided, I should say. Okay, thanks for the feedback. Want to manage risk of reversal over 100 years while reducing the burden on growers and project developers to make long-term commitments. So no 100-year encumbrance on the title of the farmer, the biggest goal we can. Assess permanence at the project level. So risk and liability are placed on the aggregator rather than the grower. And that'll become more apparent when we get into these key mitigation measures. Contract between the reserve and the aggregator. We'll call it a PIA, or Project Implementation Agreement. We may also just call it a contract. So that would be between the reserve and the aggregator and not with the farmer directly. So let's say the scenario where a farmer has 1,000 fields, we would essentially do that type of a thought exercise we talked about before on a field by field basis. But let's say there's a problem on one field and there's a reversal. Each time a project comes and asks for credit, we will need to assess the net impact of reversals for 1 or 2 fields versus the other 9,998 fields for which there was increases. And as a result of that accounting exercise, quite possibly we will never need to actually have the aggregator pay us back credits because they would simply be deducted from the addition of credits that would be otherwise awarded during that given reporting period when they're asking for the extra credits. If that is not the case, and if the reversals overwhelmed the crediting in any given year, and if it's reversals for which the project developer must pay back, well then at that point the project developer or the aggregator would be required to pay credits back as opposed to being paid out, issued new offsets, if that makes sense. And that would be at the project level, at the aggregated project level. We mentioned a couple of times buffer pool contributions. So that's a standard practice. It's quite prevalent. It's been used for many years, working quite well in offset programs coming from the forestry side. So we will look to use that here. In essence, we'll go through that type of a risk assessment that we talked about before, and in particular for those types of risks that we said in the middle here that are unavoidable. Those are the types in particular where we will probably be looking for some sort of a buffer pool contribution. You know, these specific examples might not be too useful in the soil carbon context. So that's something we continue to explore. Let's say it was a forest project. Quite clearly, if a fire sort of rips through and burns your forest down, well, that's no longer carbon stored in those trees, right? So if that was to happen, that forest project would be required to replace the credits. However, because it's an unavoidable risk, the credits would actually come out of the buffer pool, the sort of central pooling of risk mitigation that we have as a program as a whole. So that's the function that the buffer pool plays, and we try to have scientifically informed risk-based percentage rather than throwing a dart at the board and seeing what number it comes up as. That's the preference. The next dot point there is optional ton-year accounting. So that's an interesting concept that we've been using more and more in our program. And in essence, what it means is that for each ton of sequestered carbon that you're given an offset for, typically the implication for that is that you are protecting that 1 ton for 100 years. And it's on that basis that we quantify that impact as being equivalent to 1 ton of sequestered carbon. So in the instance that you're not interested in having some sort of a mechanism in place for 100 years, and let's say you only wanted to have that contract or whatever it is in place for 10 years, then we can give you 1/10 of the payment over that 10-year period. Or another way to look at it is we could give you 1% every year that you stay in. And if you stayed in for 10 years, you would get 10%. And if you had a commitment for 100 years, you would get the full credit. Gets a little bit conceptually challenging, but I think generally speaking, it's a pretty straightforward concept. And we have a number of very colourful diagrams that we can show you if you're interested. But
Sandy, I'd like to jump in and say that 10-year accounting is a commercial non-starter. It will go nowhere. It won't be used. That's my point of view. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're welcome to your point of view. And we certainly have had many stakeholders say the same thing. And then in the very same breath, we've had a number of other stakeholders say you absolutely need to have it. So that's why we're going to build it in, because we've got competing views. And what we're going to try to do is create flexible options that the market can pick and choose as they see fit. But certainly you're not alone in the view that 10-year accounting could be a non-starter based on the fact that it could result in significant watering down of the amounts of big bags of shiny credits that are paid out. Definitely not alone there. Let me hit on that last point. What we're also exploring is options such as insurance or surety bonds. And I personally think perhaps surety bonds would be more relevant to bolster these mitigation measures. So the way that might work is we might say, okay, aggregator, we want you to create a surety bond in the case that you decide you don't want to do this anymore or you become insolvent. We would look to the surety bond as a way to pay out for all the reversals that we're going to assume unless somebody steps in and replaces the project. Why would we want something like that? It could just be a simpler way for us as a small non-profit to ensure that the program remains robust if there was to be some sort of significant change in the number of aggregators that we had or the level of interest of aggregators to continue. We think it could be quite valuable, but that's not something that's actively used in carbon markets at the programmatic level at least. There is use of insurance and different contractual arrangements between project developers and buyers of offsets. So we're going to explore to see if we can make use of similar mechanisms to bolster those first three options that we have listed there. So good level of discussion with respect to permanence in general. I think, let me just check the next slide. I think we might do something else. Mitigating reversal risk. Oh no, it's still on the same thing. Let's keep moving.
I have one question here about permanence. Yeah. How do you deal with the fact that if you're proposing 30-year crediting periods, how does the monitoring work for the remaining 70 years to ensure for 100?
Good question. Just so happens to be the material on this slide. So let's go through it and see if that answers the question in due course. Good question. So let me go back a bit. Oh, oops, wrong way. So key mitigation measures. One of them is this contract. We're talking about a contract between the reserve and an aggregator. Let's take a look at this contract. So we allow for a contract, PIA, of any length, as long as at the end of it, one of the following occurs. The project owner signs an amendment to extend it. In other words, keep going for that 400-year period, and that would be one way to deal with it. Or the owner receives reserve approval for some other form of risk mitigation that relieves them of any further obligation. So what do we have in mind here that could work? Maybe something like assessing recidivism or buying insurance. We had a lot of useful feedback from folks saying, hey, look, for instance, we had feedback from a government agency that said, look, we've been dealing with this type of activity for many years. What we see is, if it lasts for this long, this is what the recidivism rates are. If this type of scenario, recidivism rates drop. I can't say the word, recidivism rates drop. So it could be that we study recidivism rates, perhaps in that specific area or more generally with respect to those types of activities. That might be data that we're able, or literature that we're able to look at, get some expert opinion that says, hey, look, this is not a risk, particularly if the project has stayed online for a good number of those 30 years, right? we're all hypothesizing about things to come when we're going to be, you know, old and grey. By that time, we could have enough data that shows us that, look, these farmers love it, that they're thriving. They're not going to turn around and do a bunch of weird stuff now because this is the way they farm now. If that's the case, then perhaps we don't need to worry about the remaining 70 or 100 years after the crediting period's over. So I think we're going to try to remain flexible, try to remain open to see what the data actually tells us, rather than building in overly rigid structures at this point for something in 130 years' time when we're no longer on this planet. We'll try to not make it that rigid, but just be very clear about what we think the risks could be and what we think could be ways to mitigate. So those are some ideas that we could test in 30, 40 years' time. I probably won't be here. The next one, the reserve declares a reversal and the project owner complies with the requirements of the protocol as regards to quantifying and compensating. So that could be an easy one, right? Let's just say a farmer or the aggregator says, you know what, this isn't for me. Here's all your credits back. Well, that's pretty easy. It could be quite simple. And they wouldn't need to do any monitoring at all. So that's one option. Hopefully that's not the most popular option and we can keep people in. So in answer to your question, there could be a range of things, and I think the appropriateness of the different mechanisms will depend on the specific circumstances, I guess. How long they've been in the program, what's happening in that neighborhood, what's the specifics, what are they hoping to achieve? You know, are they hoping to build a grocery store on their land that could be problematic? Are they continuing to farm? There are probably all sorts of scenarios. So we'll try to keep a flexible approach to be able to accommodate for different scenarios in the least obtrusive manner, while still maintaining the integrity of the program and the project. So those are the options. How do we actually assess it? Or what are we talking about here? How do we even know? Question. So Christian earlier pointed to the grazing one as a good example of where, you know, might be hard to actually see what's happening, might be hard to understand what the likely impacts of that is. Definitely a lot of good challenges there because the suite of practices is so broad. We're talking about every corner of the country, so definitely some challenges there. So what we think is going to be quite useful, and what Indigo have told us that they're trying to do, is develop a remote monitoring platform. So in other words, we've got a bunch of satellites that could be used for a range of purposes to provide agronomic advice, sort of NDVI, all that lovely stuff. The colour spectrum and tells you how to, you know, ensure the health of your crop in this part of the field, et cetera, et cetera. We could turn those towards identifying reversal risks. If all of a sudden it just goes brown and it stays terrible and et cetera, well, that could be an indication that something's gone wrong to the extent that soil carbon is at threat. That could be something we use. And then one question I had is, all right, well, let's say we've got video from the satellite for 365 days of the year. You're saying that the verifier has to sit there to watch all of it? Clearly that's not going to work. So the second part is there could be some sort of machine learning or algorithm that automates it. So we capture a whole bunch of data, the machine tells us which ones of those are problematic, and then a human in the form of a verifier comes along and takes a look at what's hopefully a really, really short list of key problems that's been observed by the machine. And then the verifier can say, tick, 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 no problem, no problem, no problem. Okay, yes, this one looks like a problem. And then we go in and we apply whatever framework we have to assess it, depending on what the nature of the issue is. So hopefully the monitoring can be automated and the verification can be automated to as great an extent as possible. That's being pitched now as something that's foreseeably going to be feasible to roll it out immediately, let alone technological advances into the future. We think this is viable now, so that could be very useful. The last stop point there, assessment of farmer recidivism. There we go, set it. Recidivism rate with a performance threshold. there's an example of what could be something that could be useful. If 95% of farmers maintain the practices after 30 years, well then maybe we need to stop bothering people about it and we can consider it safe. That might be something that we're able to explore, especially as we're able to build up our own robust data sets. That could be quite interesting to explore. Let me pause there. There's a lot of content and a lot of questions earlier that this material relates to. Let's see if anybody wants to jump in with any questions or observations. Okay. Awkward silence didn't work on you that time.
I guess I just have one quick comment on using that crediting period to look at recidivism. Because assuming that farmers are receiving payments for these practices during that period, but then afterwards, if that's true, if those payments are contributing to their ability to maintain the stocks, is that representative of actual recidivism? And if you start taking away those payments, do you have concerns about people changing practice? It's just an open question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. The short answer, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I think logic would probably suggest that recidivism rates, while people are getting paid to not revert back to previous practices, are probably quite possibly lower than recidivism rates for when you stop paying them. I think you're absolutely right. So we would not be tricked into thinking one is conflated with the other. We would probably have to, insist on post-crediting period recidivism rates or post-programmatic payment recidivism rates would probably be more sensible to inform what we do once the crediting period is over. You're absolutely right. I think that's a great observation. In fact, we do have some early indication that that is in fact to be expected. We had some qualitative insight from USDA with respect to recidivism rates post conservation program payments. Well, there's been some really good feedback thus far on this issue in particular, so yeah, much appreciated. Let's see. Well, that was the end of the permanence discussion, so maybe we'll pause one more time, one more little awkward silence, just to see if folks want to circle back on anything we already touched on. Okay. Again, very good feedback there, so very much appreciated. A couple of peripheral issues, which we have touched on a couple of times, I guess, but let's get back into them. Double counting, stacking. I think our approach is fairly straightforward. Basically, we're open to stacking. I personally love stacking. Stack as high as you can. So any NRC practice payments could be stacked since the eligible activities have to be new to be included as additional. However, what we will flag for you is if any payment or credit that you're receiving in a complementary program is delineated specifically in terms of tons of CO2, then that's going to be a problem, and that's something that we'll explore closely. Not necessarily it will be prohibitive and you won't be able to stack, but that is where we draw the line, and that's where we want to focus in particular. We'll need to look very closely at the different programs, and quite possibly you will not be able to stack in those instances. But the general onus in terms of stacking of payments or credits or anything like that is that we say the aggregator or the project developer needs to tell their verifier, and their verifier needs to tell the reserve anytime there's any stacking whatsoever. And then we will explore it very closely. But we will say to you, most likely it'll be fine unless it's delineated in a ton per CO2 basis. But you are obliged to tell us about every single instance where there's stacking, just to make sure that we can take a good look at it and be satisfied that it's going okay. There are a couple of other checks that the program makes. For instance, we typically look at other offset registries, or if there's complementary programs like a low carbon fuel program, we might take a look at that and just see if there's any same farms popping up we do those sorts of checks. We reach out to our peers, and the verifiers typically look at offset registries as well, particularly if we tell them they have to, or if we ask them to. So there's a number of checks that are made, but generally speaking, the onus is on self-reporting. And then from there, hopefully, stacking will be fine, and we can allow farmers to pick up as many incentives as possible to help with the transition over to these practices. Just pause there to see if there's any questions, but hopefully that's pretty straightforward. Okay. Crediting period. Let's see, we're pitching 30 years. That's a nice chunk. Typically, most of our projects are 10 years, but you know, in the ag space, in particular, if we're talking about a slow accrual of soil carbon, 10 years is not really going to get you too much. So we think 30 years is probably pretty reasonable. Down the bottom there, you can see some other examples. Forestry protocol, 100 years. Quick feedback is that, well, you're probably not going to be doing too many soil carbon gain after that. But we had a good question earlier, a little bit of discussion about, are we talking about the project as a whole or each individual field? So if we're talking about the project as a whole, maybe we revisit this idea if we need to have a project-specific crediting period. If we do, if we feel that that's necessary, then maybe we think to extend it a bit further so that more and more fields could come in and take advantage of the chunks there. But that's a slightly peripheral issue. But we think 30 years at the field by field basis, crediting period for each field for 30 years is probably going to allow that farm, those impacts to be captured in their entirety, because you know, eventually the sort of accumulation of soil carbon tapers off probably around about that time. So we think that that's a useful period to allow people to get as many credits as is going to be cost effective to do so. Let me stop there and see if there's any comments or observations. Okay, 19. I think from memory we got close to 40 slides, so about halfway. Not looking too bad. Okay, just a quick time check. Quantification. This gets a little bit heady. We pause there and gauge people's level of comfort to keep going. I'm happy to keep going, but how's the work group feeling? Folks happy to get into the next sort of chunk of heady material, or would folks like to pause now for 15 minutes perhaps? It's roughly 9:45 to 10.
How about a shorter pause, 5:10?
Short pause at 5:10. I could do that. It's not enough to make a latte though, Max. 10? I say 10. We've got 2 takers. Anybody else? That's a quorum. I think 2's a quorum, right?
10.
10. 3. All right, that's a quorum. I heard at least 8 people speak up there. All right, let's take a 10-minute break and let's come back just before 10 o'clock or 5 to 10. That sound good? Let's do it. All right,
Great.
Be back in a moment. Thanks, guys. Hi guys, just in case anybody's wondering what's happening, we're just on a little pause. Probably start back up in just a couple of minutes time. Okay, folks, Sammy Osmond here, Climate Action Reserve again, in case you were wondering. I think it's probably a good time to get back into things. Just a quick reminder in case you're in the wrong webinar. This is our second workgroup meeting for the soil enrichment protocol. Any workgroup members out there, if you could mute yourselves and unmute when you're ready to engage, that'd be fantastic. And let's get back into it after that short break. Now we're going to be talking about quantification, the quantification approach that we're proposing. Let's see what it is. First of all, in terms of greenhouse gas assessment boundary, we're going to be talking about soil organic carbon, obviously, but we're also looking at these three gases here. So with respect to CO2, soil organic carbon stock changes, and possibly also fossil fuels. So typically when a protocol activity is not aimed squarely at fossil fuels or energy use, it tends to be a little bit peripheral. We could say something like, let's just assess how significant any changes are. And if they are very, very small, we might be able to ignore them, or we might be able to create a simple estimate of any increases. And then the verifier just checks that, and hopefully it's a relatively straightforward exercise. Other than that, the next two gases, CH4, methane and nitrous oxide, will be accounted for using biogeochemical models, which we'll get to in a moment. And so there are a number of activities there that could potentially cause rise to increases in those gases. And that's what we need to look out for in particular. But also the modeling would be able to account for decreases, which would be fantastic. I'm not going to go through each of those potential triggers there in terms of the activities in detail, but maybe we'll just pause there. Oh, actually, one other thing, we had a number of folks ask about other impacts, such as water vapor or things such as NOx. So we will be focusing just on these greenhouse gases and not on those others. So if anybody had any questions, we can get into that in further detail. Otherwise, just pause at that. Okay, let's talk about the how. So in terms of an overview, first of all, we've got this model where we think it's going to be cost effective to bring multiple farms together. In that case, it's going to be infeasible to do our monitoring, reporting, verification checks, but even the quantification for every single field. So for that reason, we are proposing to use a stratification and sampling based approach. In other words, you stratify all your different number of fields that are fairly similar in characteristic in terms of the combination of region, practice, crops. If they are similar enough where we think the impacts are going to be relatively similar, or it might even be soil profile within a specific region, for instance, those will be grouped together, and then there will be sampling done within the groups, and then it'll be those that are chosen through the combination of sampling and stratification for which quantification will need to be run. So in a scenario where we might have 10,000 fields, it might be a much smaller number of fields for which we need to gather the data and run the quantification process, and which then need to also be subjected to monitoring, reporting, and verification activities. So that's the first point there. Once we've done that, and we want to get into quantification, we're proposing a hybrid quantification approach, which in essence relies on a combination of direct measurement of soil samples and modeling. So with respect to direct measurement, what we're saying is at the outset of the project, when a field first wants to come in, we'll direct that an initial direct soil organic carbon measurement must be taken. However, based on feedback from stakeholders, we'll create some flexibility as to exactly when that needs to occur. For instance, you wouldn't need to do it as your trigger for your start date for a given field. You could do it perhaps within the first X months of when you want to start getting credited. But in essence, if we're talking about a 30-year project, we want a soil carbon direct measurement to occur right at the start. Doesn't have to be day one, but somewhere there close to the start. And we may explore mechanisms to allow for a slightly delayed initial direct measurement. From there, modelling will be used, or optionally modelling will be used, and we think that's probably going to be the better choice for aggregators, where there'll be modelling emission reductions for multiple reporting periods. And then that will be followed up by periodical direct measurement of soil carbon. And what we're pitching is at least every 5 years. So we think that's going to be a useful, a viable approach. Direct measurement at the start, and then at least every 5 years thereafter, another direct measurement. And in between, there will be the option to have biogeochemical models do some modeling. However, if an aggregator chose to, for any given year, to do direct measurement instead of modeling, that would also be fine. So the third dot point there, the periodical soil measurement, we would set a minimum frequency of at least 5 years. But if people wanted to do it every year, that would also be fine, or every other year, et cetera, et cetera. Let me just pause there and see if we have any questions or observations. I'll just check the chat.
So this is Robert. I know you're going to, I think you're going to dig more into the stratification later, but I'd be very interested in that. In particular, how we handle the stratification and sampling of multiple landowners. So I think I can see people asking questions about, well, you haven't gone and sampled every landowner. How do you know that one landowner isn't not doing things to the same scale? And so how do you think through that over the lifetime of the project?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have specific further slides on sampling, and I will defer to our colleagues from the forestry side to be able to walk you through the specifics.
So we can hold off on that.
I mean, let me invite John or Sarah if you'd like to jump in now, or we can address it later. But in essence, it will be driven by a statistical analysis. Will be the short and boring answer to give to those folks that are asking those questions. But John or Sarah, do you guys want to jump in at this point with general observations, and we can get into specifics perhaps on the following slides?
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything to add at this point. We can get into it a little bit more in detail as we continue through. But yeah, it's a lot of it is just reliance on the statistical standards, and the project developers would have to be able to justify the stratification that they're using and come up with results that show they're statistically valid.
Yes.
This is Tom. Is it okay if I jump into the question?
Yeah, for sure.
I thought I heard you say earlier that.
Tom, I think we just lost you, unfortunately. Heard the first part. Are you still there? Can folks hear me at least? We'll get to the bottom of the audio issues.
Yeah, we can hear you, Sammy.
Okay. Tom, I'm afraid I think we lost audio. Let's keep moving, but keep in mind we do have a number of different slides on these specific issues. So Heather, if you could perhaps reach out to them and see if we can work out what the tech issue is. Hopefully it's just something simple, but otherwise we'll plan to come back to that.
I think we just all sort of got muted temporarily, but it seems to be back now.
Oh, you all did? Well, that wasn't me this time. Last time I muted you all several times. This time it wasn't me.
Okay, can I jump back in?
Yeah, there you are, for sure.
Okay. I thought I heard you say earlier that if a farmer was doing no-till and then they adopted a new practice on top of that, they would get credit for the accruals from the new practice, but not for the continuing accruals from their conduct of no-till. And assuming I heard that correctly, how does that work with measured to measured outcomes here? Because those accruals are going to show up and they contradict the modeled outcomes if the model is only looking at the one new practice.
Short answer is the modeling won't look at just the one new practice, but we'll get into that in the following slides. But in essence, that's what becomes a little bit of a challenge in crediting early adopters. Basically, we would look at the suite of practices that you were doing yesterday, and we'll model those, and that'll be part of how we set the baseline. So this particular slide that we're on, towards the bottom there, you'll see baseline set by 1, 2, 3. So the third one, baseline business as usual, modeled into the future. Or even the second one, baseline soil carbon is directly measured. So both of those efforts would, in essence, allow us to net out what was happening previously.
Okay. And do you guys understand that as a practical matter, that approach is the equivalent of saying early adopters can't participate, at least when it comes to no-till?
They can participate, but we would be essentially not crediting for what had come before.
Yeah.
Yes, we are aware
of
that.
As a practical matter, though, that would cause Native Energy to say, okay, I'm not going to go with that farmer because the accruals aren't worth the paperwork and the headache, unless you can get credit for the continued no-till accruals. It's just, from a commercial perspective, it doesn't work. And I would argue that, I know it's problematic with the additionality purists, which I count myself as one in other sectors, but in this sector, the climate harm that would result from not having your early adopters as advocates and not having their help in improving recruiting rates is orders of magnitude larger than the climate harm that would result from the worldwide marginal cost of abatement impact of a little inefficiency in terms of, financing accruals that are happening already. And I would urge you really to bite the bullet and just say that's something we need to do.
Yeah, this is clearly an issue that's extremely important here, in particular in the context of agricultural greenhouse gas efforts or sustainability efforts more broadly. That farmer to farmer sharing of information is critical. Otherwise, why should a farmer trust us if they don't know us? So we're very much aware of it, and we'll do our best to accommodate it. But
I'm
you're
just
right.
trying to point out that this is an area that is relevant to.
That's right. And look, we'll do our best to accommodate it, but at the end of the day, there's nothing to prevent you from paying a farmer to be a part of your network to share those experiences. If we're unable to issue them credits, perhaps the aggregator can pay them. There are all sorts of opportunities out there, and there will also be a suite of USDA practices that we'll all be mutually aware of, complementary programs. At the end of the day, if we're not able to accommodate early actors the way that we would hope to, then hopefully they will be able to find that support elsewhere. They might still be able to join us for some sort of capacity building. Aggregators might want to include them in their networks and pay them somehow. There might be other ways to achieve that without sort of leaving them over in the corner by themselves. But there are some very specific reasons why we may not be able to accommodate them as well as we can. One of them, as you pointed out, is the additionality piece, which we touched on earlier. If we were to ignore additionality requirements, then the program as a whole would be perhaps come under threat, and there will be significant pushback from different stakeholders within the marketplace, which we've seen time and time again. So we really have to tread a fine line between upholding the integrity of the program, the general concept that offsets need to be beyond what's additional, but also wanting to do justice to those farmers. It's certainly a tricky issue, and we'll continue to explore all options. Really good feedback there. A number of interesting issues raised. Let's see if I can find my place here. So we touched on stratification, but we'll come back to that. We went through the first number of dot points. Hybrid approach, we'll certainly touch on that a number of times again. And I think we're here to set minimums. Set minimum standards. Set minimum standards for frequency of and methods for soil sampling, and set minimum standards for the types of biogeochemical model, and also how they must be validated, calibrated, and also security. Let me spend a little bit more time on each of those. So with respect to the frequency and the method for soil sampling, we want it to be scientifically defensible. So it's not going to be me, because I have no experience. I'm not going to go out there and just roughly take a shovel and have at it and then just put it into a sandwich bag and stick it in the mail. We need to have rigorous standards so that it's scientifically defensible. The results are scientifically defensible. And then also, the more rigorous we are with these data sets, over time we could collect our own extremely valuable set of information from which we can improve these programs over time. Typically, data is one of the biggest shortcomings in terms of offsets, specifically in the agricultural sector. So let's gather robust data, make it as robust as possible, and that will be valuable going forward for us to be able to open up these opportunities to more and more farmers more generously. The second one, types of biogeochemical model. We will set minimum standards for those, and we'll explore those on the following slides in detail, but then also how those models can be used. What models and how they can be used will be absolutely critical to ensuring that the results are defensible. And then thirdly, we also mentioned earlier, information security. So I think on a following slide, we'll point out to folks how information moves through our system. What information, at which point, who gets it, and when does it get made public, and what are some safeguards? And hopefully through that information, you'll see that we have systems in place to ensure that we minimize the risk of farmers' data getting out there where farmers don't want it to be. So we'll explore each of those in a little bit more detail in the following slides as well. And then the baseline, we touched on this through a couple of questions already, and then earlier as well during the additionality piece. So we'll explore this in some follow-up slides, but just at a high level, we'll look to set the baseline, practices determined using historical data. So we're thinking 2 years is probably appropriate. We always get pushed in a number of different directions. The longer we go back, the sort of more accurate we'll be able to model things. But obviously, the further in time we go back, the harder it will be to get any sort of meaningful evidence, right? We want to go back 20 years. the chances of us getting anything robust that far back is pretty much negligible. So it becomes a little bit of a balancing exercise. We think probably 2 years is sufficient for us to be able to spin up these models to make sense without being too onerous on the farmers and the aggregators to be able to get us any meaningful data. Secondly, baselines. Yeah.
So the 2 years, do you need to add any caveats to that? What I'm thinking of is that with like the rice protocol, you had to do 5 years with 3 years having to be in rice. Do you need to add something to it that says doing the practices that you're doing, or something like that, or something to have the history? And then I'm curious is that how did you get to the 2 years? I'm glad to see it that short, but is it what's the basis for that determination?
Short answer: discussions with humans such as yourself. There's no right or wrong answer. We get people saying 5 is too much, 5 is too much, 1 is too short, 1 is too short. So we say okay too. We do have a good level of history of doing this, and there's no clear answer. So we're pitching 2, and we'll continue to explore it. I think one thing that we'll also do is make sure we keep talking actively with our modelling experts to ensure that whatever that number is, it's actually going to be useful rather than just a token number that doesn't actually allow the model to be effectively used. So that'll be a consideration. If our experts come back and say it needs to be 5, well then it needs to be 5. At this point, we think 2 could be useful. So it's a little bit of a qualitative exercise, and it's pretty much a result of ongoing discussions with key stakeholders such as yourself, but then also, importantly, the experts who are advising us on use of specific models. And we'll get into those details a little bit on the further slides as well. And then, yeah, good question about, well, if we're talking about a specific combination of activities, surely it's not that simple. And short answer is yes, you're right. And we will need a bit more sophisticated guidance at this point. The high level guidance is within for 2 years. But obviously, if you're rotating crops, we're not going to be comparing a year of corn with a year of cotton. That's not going to make sense. We might need to look for 2 years of corn. Those sorts of discussions and exploration is ongoing. But you're right, quite possibly we'll need to fall back on a much more complex set of guidance with respect to exactly how we would delineate the data that's required. And in some instances, maybe it's 40 years worth of data that's required to get those 2 years, in which case perhaps that field needs to be removed. But, we'll get into that detail in further slides, but I don't believe that specific level of detail is set yet, Robert. So you might not have a too useful or finite an answer for you at this point. That rooster's quite noisy, isn't he? And then the third one there, baseline business as usual, modeled into the future. And again, we've hit on this a number of times, and then in future slides, we're going to look at what that might look like. But in essence, we're going to have a direct measurement at the start, which will obviously account for the action that's already happened. So that'll be a bit of a barrier. And then going forward, we will also be using the biogeochemical models to model baseline activities in the future. So in the instances where there's a number of these project activities that we're hoping to be eligible activities that's already been occurring, well then the idea there would be that the model will project business as usual trajectory of soil carbon into the future, and that will be the baseline that gets subtracted from the project profile going into the future. But as I said, there'll be further slides on that, so jump in now, or we can continue to tease it out when we get to those specific slides. Okay, and then the last dot point, pretty straightforward. Emission reductions calculated separately for reversible and non-reversible reductions, right? So if you're reducing your methane output, that's clearly going to be something that happens each year, and that's the end of it, versus if you're increasing soil carbon, that'll be quantified separately and there'll be permanence requirements, so we treat it slightly differently. Okay, let's keep moving.
Before we go on, I had a quick question.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think it may get at some of the conversation that we started earlier in terms of early actors and baseline documentation. It occurs to me, to the extent that we're able to parse out these very specific value streams, we can avoid some of the issues that you've talked about in terms of additionality. But then the other piece is that to the extent we can use remote sensing, that's both a direct measurement, but also we have the ability to look backward in terms of specific practices, but it's not sort of self-reporting. We can actually look at some of the effectiveness of those practices through the remote sensing data. So I think there's an opportunity to call that out explicitly a little bit in terms of this historical data that we're using to set baseline, and also measure, again, that baseline where even if they're doing the practices, the continual improvement is still working from that baseline. So it wouldn't exclude them. So I think, again, this is sort of getting more at the quality of the practice than the specific practice. And that's, again, where I think remote sensing can help tease some of that out.
Yeah, good reminder. That's Dawn, right? Yeah, good reminder. You remembered to jump in again. Yeah, thanks. I quite possibly would have forgotten. All right, well, let's leave that for, let me see where the slide is. Give me one sec. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. All right, maybe we will hit it now because I don't know that we have those slides, but on the previous work group, I think we had a slide where we showed a couple of lines heading off into the future, and that was the sort of trend line. So what you're describing is an interesting idea. First of all, this notion of remote sensing data to set the baseline, sure, that could be something that we take into consideration for sure. And if you're able to show us that type of data and say, here's what was happening, great. That would be quite useful, and then we would use that as a data point to set the baseline. I think remote sensing alone is probably not going to be enough, right? It's not going to tell us about when you applied this thing or that thing or whatever, depending on the suite of activities, but it could be very useful. So I think generally speaking, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I'm thinking specifically percent days of cover, emergent states, level of disturbance, all of those, the way in which field boundaries are handling water. All of those are indications of the quality of and performance of the soil.
Yep. Point well taken. And then in terms of going forward, okay, so I don't know that we're going to be able to, I don't know, this idea of saying, okay, this is what was happening and we project it into the future. And then I think you're talking about, improving the efficacy of that and then making a distinction between what was happening already and some sort of improvements. Let me use a rough example. Yes, Farmer Joe was doing no-till, but now we start working with Farmer Joe and we perhaps modify the activities slightly so that the impacts of the no-till are even greater than they were yesterday. Well, if we're able to do that, then the way it would be captured is the model would say no-till into the future, and the model will spit out a result. And then in theory, if what you're saying is true, then the actual results will be better than what the model is predicting. And then they would be able to, during those periods where they get a periodical 5-year sample, in theory, they could at that point realize that, hey, the model underestimated what's happening, and here you go, here's your big bag of shiny credits. That could be one way that this framework is able to capture what you described, which is going in there and complementing what's already happening and realizing greater gains. We have to use the tools that are available, so we're proposing a biogeochemical model would be the way to, in effect, most sophisticatedly estimate the baseline trend. I don't think anybody's proposing anything else that we could use, so that's probably what we'll use. But in terms of being able to capture refinements to that pre-existing system, sure, if that farmer is able to realize benefits beyond what the model is estimating, then this periodic direct measurement would hopefully allow them to capture that. Every 5 years, they would get a true up, quote unquote, and they'll be able to capture some of those gains at that point. Let me pause there and see if you wanted to add any thoughts or anybody else.
I think the other way that those gains could be captured is through improvements of models over time. So as they become more well calibrated or more advanced, projects can improve the modeling that they're doing as well. And these periodic true-ups will help with that.
Right, so we'll always be looking to improve the model, but I think the idea here wasn't improving the model, because I mean, how would you tell the model that, hey, they're doing no-till, but they're doing no-till properly? I don't know that we would be able to have a model that captures whether you're doing it mediocre or doing it really well, right?
Well, the inputs to the model are more, granular than just no-till. I mean, no-till is an extreme example. That tillage is just in, and so you'd have to be changing something else. But if it was reduced till, then there's a lot of nuance in terms of how you're modeling it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's great feedback. Okay.
And I think this gives essentially an opportunity to address those early adopters where we're still looking for continual improvement. You may have a higher baseline, but we can say, when we say that there's this variation in practice, we can both appreciate the work that's been done, but leave the opportunity for, again, this true up process, which I think is pretty important. Because it's the same grand truthing that we want actually for model improvement also. It's the same feedback we want at the field level for management and what we need to improve the process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Yeah, any other thoughts or keep moving? Okay. I think this thing will work. There it is. Lovely diagram here. I can't take credit for it. Let me see if it's worth running us through it. So yeah, I mean, I think I'll probably not do that, but absorb it and see if you have any questions and we can come back to it. But this essentially reflects what we've been discussing, where we've got a hybrid between a direct measurement at the start, periodic true-ups using direct measurement, as well as a bunch of modeling efforts.
One thing, it's Christian, on this figure, you obviously have biogeochemical modeling, which includes greenhouse gas emissions, but the actual measurement of those emissions anywhere else. We talk about measuring soil carbon as a way to improve validation of the model, or essentially interim, like between 5-year periods. But nowhere do we talk about measuring greenhouse gas emissions.
The audio is pretty poor there. I couldn't quite capture. I think you were commenting on the hybrid mix of direct measurement and soil carbon, but I couldn't quite catch more than that, I'm afraid, Christian. Do you want to maybe fiddle with your audio a bit and or type something in and we can see if Are you guys muted again? No, that was ages ago. Okay. Yeah, definitely wasn't me though. This time.
Christian is typing into the chat box, Sammy.
Come on, Christian. Let's pause for a sec so we can see what Christian's feedback is. Let's see. Can you guys read it? I mean, it's making me hard to read. It's split into 5,000 different messages. It's a bit tricky. So we have measured soil carbon linked to biogeochemical models, but N2O and CH4 are modeled only without any indication of measurement for these. Yes, in the same way as we do for soil carbon. Christian with the tricky questions. Why? Why tricky questions? Yeah, well, it's a valid point. So, yes, what Christian's pointing out is, hey, we're talking about direct measurements of soil carbon mixed in with biogeochemical models. Biogeochemical models are going to be looking at soil carbon, but also CH4 and N2O. And then you're going to come back and you're going to direct measure soil carbon again, but what about direct measuring the others? Great question. You're right. I think the short answer is at this stage, we don't know that it would be cost effective to do that. For instance, N2O, we're having discussions at the moment to try to better understand what capabilities might be presently available to directly measure N2O. But at this early stage, we think that it could be cost prohibitive to try to mandate the direct measurement of N2O. It might require multiple samples within every single field for it to be meaningful, which might be cost prohibitive. So probably we think that we're going to be relying on the use of biogeochemical models for CH4 and N2O. And what we're also exploring is, sort of encouraging to the extent possible that validation of the biogeochemical models should be done using literature that specifically addresses those other gases, in particular N2O, where possible. But as far as we understand, the biogeochemical models, assuming they're appropriately validated, should be able to effectively account for fluxes in those other gases. And at some point, if we have more effective means to incorporate direct measurement, then by all means, we'll be very happy to explore those. Let me pause there and see if there's other feedback or discussion.
Yeah, this is Max. I think it's important to distinguish between the pools and the sources. At least with the soil carbon pool, it's something where we're looking at its size over time, and so we can skip several years and then come back and see how big it is and true up our quantification. But with the annual emissions, we would have to be measuring them constantly, and it doesn't seem feasible at this time to do that.
Constantly and broadly, very, very broadly, it seems as well. So you couldn't just stick a single probe here and maybe one over in the next county. It would probably have to be several million probes all over the place. But we're continuing to explore that to see if there is some viable options. Watch this space. Yeah, I know of technology coming. Christian is telling us, I know of technology coming to do that. Watch this space. Yeah, exactly. So we're continuing to explore it now, so we're not closing the door on that idea. Personally, we'd be very interested to see if there are cost-effective mechanisms, but indications to date are that it would be cost prohibitive to do so. We'll continue to explore it. But again, if it turns out that we're able to do that effectively in the future, then we might want to do that. And I would suggest, if yeah, I'll leave it at that. But certainly we would not prescribe that at this point, given that we believe it's cost prohibitive, but we can revisit that and perhaps mandate something like that in the future at a point at which we think it's going to be cost effective or a viable option. Let me pause there and see if there's any other feedback.
So just, I want to try to make sure I'm clear on this. So you've got, you're going to be doing biogeochemical models for the N2O and CH4. You're going to be doing sampling for the soil carbon, but you're also using models for it. Are you? So first, is that correct? And the second question, are you using the same biogeochemical model for carbon and the gases?
Yes, for the first question, and up to the aggregator for the second. But short answer, could be the same model used for all of the above. Most likely it will be.
For Indigo, we'd be using one model for everything.
So it seems to me that does DNDC handle soil carbon all that well? It seems like, and that's part of the reason I asked the question, Max, was that it seems like, for methane and nitrous oxide, DNDC is much better at it. For soil carbon, Dasent is much better. So do you think that one model can do both well?
Yes, but I will say the other component you have to consider is the quantification of uncertainty. So that's a guardrail around the use of the model, is that if we set standards for how the model is validated and standards for how you quantify the uncertainty, then somebody using a model that is not particularly good at doing what they're doing with it will end up having a deduction because the uncertainty will go up. So that's, we'll be requiring that of DNDC, that we quantify, the model structural uncertainty for the thing we're using it for, in addition to the sampling uncertainty and the model input uncertainty. So if you can be really rigorous around, controlling the use of the model on an ongoing basis through the project, then you can help protect around that.
That's Christian. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I was going to say the only caveat with that is it relies heavily on good validation of the model for quantifying the greenhouse gas emissions, which might be, for new practices that aren't in the models, quite tricky to do initially.
Right, so to be clear, if you're not able to validate the model, you're not going to get emission reductions for set activities. That would be the way we'd approach it, if that makes sense. So to use an analogy we heard earlier, if you're talking about chicken blood, applying chicken blood and the fantastic benefits that it brings, if the model you're creating does not account for chicken blood, and you're unable to produce literature to sufficiently validate the model for chicken blood, then you would not be getting emission reductions for the impacts of chicken blood. Also, if the model doesn't, if the model is able to accommodate chicken blood, but the uncertainty bounds are so high that the associated discount just makes it nonsensical, then that could be another mechanism to screen out the effectiveness of the given model. It's certainly not a binary approach, and there is absolutely no way we're going to get consensus about which model is best to do what. There is no such consensus out there to our knowledge. Everybody has their favorite model for their favorite suite. So what we'll do is try to build a structure that mandates minimum requirements for a few things. One would be validation. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say then, to clarify on that validation, you're validating the model's ability to predict not just soil carbon, but all the other output variables that can be measured, right, within the ecosystem.
I believe so. I believe that's the only way we can do it.
Okay.
Because it's not, we're not looking at soil carbon in isolation. We're looking at a suite of farming practices in a specific part of the country, and not only that, but also spinning it up using the specific baseline that's appropriate to that field. Right? We're looking at a lot of data that's used to model the baseline, and that will be updated for each updated version of the model, and that'll be used to spin the model up, and then we'll input the contemporary reporting period data for the specific field, for the specific suite of practices. Assuming all that can be done, we'll look closely at the results. They'll need to conform with certain uncertainty bounds, or discounts will be applied, and then only then will the emission reductions be acceptable as a result of all of that. So there might be a suite of practices for which the aggregator is simply unable to achieve that. That's a very foreseeable outcome. It'll be quite prevalent. So hopefully that presents the scientific rigor, but also, with sufficient flexibility to allow the aggregator to come up with an alternative. Can you go to your second favorite model, maybe for that specific group of fields for which you're finding this problem? I'll pause there.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in. That's one of the outcomes of actually the development efforts currently underway with Open Team are to be able to use the standard set of field level activity data, management data, to run either DNDC or Comet. And so that's certainly within the foreseeable future, we'll be able to choose the right model and do a multi-model comparison.
That's fantastic. And if you could remember to bring that up again later when we're talking about MRV, that would be fantastic. So basically what you're describing is a really useful tool that you're developing that's going well, and that can be used to help collate and move data around between different systems. That's going to be a really useful discussion to bring up again when we're talking about the MRV stage in particular.
So
absolutely.
Is there data out there that you can use to parameterize and validate the model for this? I mean, in my experience, just getting data on a practice in the nitrous oxide emissions is tough. Now you're adding, nitrous oxide and methane. Methane's probably small, and soil organic carbon. Is there enough data out there that can be used to run through the model to confirm that it works?
So one proposal that that our team wants to make to be included in this guidance actually kind of relates to that, which is that that the data used to validate the model be put into an open source data repository, and paper explaining the validation be published in an open source repository, so that over time projects using this protocol end up building a resource that can be used to continue to validate models in the future.
That's great. That's industry data, and you recognize there's going to be people that will question that, and you may or may not have that going in. What about peer reviewed, and how do we balance peer reviewed and industry data?
Well, some of it might be peer reviewed, I guess. Like it's not necessarily not peer reviewed.
But that would be that would be public already, wouldn't it?
I'm saying if data being generated by these projects meets that, collecting it all in one place so that it can be done more quickly.
So what you're saying is that as the projects are done, all of their sampling data that they're doing as a part of creating credits gets put into the database, and that's used to further validate the model. Is that right?
I believe that's what they're saying, as well as making it publicly available so anybody else could do the same.
So how do you? So that's great for project 2 through infinity. Project 1 still needs to get the baseline data to be able to, and so I mean that's where I'm really curious to see what data is out there that can be used to do that, and that baseline condition and the parameterization and validation of the model. That to me is, of all of the stuff that we're doing, like everything else in here is great, and I think it's well thought through. This is the one that I haven't seen that much about, and it's frankly what makes me the most nervous. Having gone through this process before and created projects that end up being net GHG emitters versus reduction. So that's the framing with which I'm thinking about my questions.
I guess just generally speaking, make a couple of observations. So if we want to wait until we have sufficient data that we're all sure day by day the models are better and better and better and better, and there's some sort of line in the sand, at which point we all agree that they are sufficiently validated and robust data to do gas X and Y, whatever those are, CH4, N2O. We might not be there yet. There might not be any clear point at which we are there. It's a little bit subjective. I think what we'll try to do is ask for, well, as you can see on this page here, set some sort of minimum by way of literature necessary to validate. Whether we specifically prescribe CH4 N2O data, that's not a decision that's been made yet, I guess. I would suspect we would not do it. One reason might be that there is no such data, perhaps, or not broadly speaking. Does that mean the models are going to improve over time? Yes. Does that mean that we may end up being less conservative than would be ideal in some subjective measure? Quite possibly. There are probably mechanisms by which, well, maybe I'll stop there. I mean, if we, I don't know that we are going to be able to get a high degree of certainty at this point, and I guess hopefully the consensus will be that we have enough data to validate the models to a point where we feel comfortable. But let's continue to explore the available literature, specifically with respect to the different gases that we're interested in, and see if we can collate that information, continue to understand how much is available at this point.
And it is certainly a limiting factor at the moment. You're not wrong, Robert. I mean, we'd love, as project developers, we'd love to have growers in all 50 states, but from a modeling perspective, we can only handle about 20 or so states today, but hopefully that's going to be changing, you know, year over year.
Yeah, that's a good point. So basically, you know, we could build this with the current prescriptions that we're talking about and still get no projects due to a lack of data. That's a quite distinct possibility. Let's be under no sort of, you know, misunderstanding here that what we're doing is opening the floodgates. We think even what we're prescribing here is quite possibly prohibitive for a huge swath of potential out there. If we restrict it even further, I think it's going to be even more of a noose that tightens, and you know, we might end up with 1 or 2 fields out of the whole country that we're able to run through the models in a way that we think captures everything that we want it to capture with the level of rigor that we want at this point.
So I guess I would love to be able to see that data, just so I think that helps. What we're talking about here is a lot of the process, which is great, but there's an additional real helpful part of seeing the implementation. And so if you guys have that data, that helps to think through, to address Sammy's point of, will this work in places? Like, you know, are there, you've got a wealth of knowledge here of all of the work group members. It would be really good to have us being able to look at that. And I recognize there's some of that is confidential business information, but somehow if we can even strip it down to a county or to a state, to a practice, I think that it'd be helpful for me, because I hear you, and it's great that you've got that. I'd love to be able to see it so that I can get the comfort level. I'm not at that comfort level, and that may be irrelevant but to me, I have a hard time really supporting these things without kind of understanding that the science behind it.
Yeah, noted. So we'll continue to have those discussions with you and try to bring the experts on the work group that have the expertise specifically in modeling to be able to provide that feedback and guidance, and to look for some of the literature. And just to pause and take a look at the slides here. What we have is feedback from parties who are expert in modeling, and what they're telling us is, you know, if we adopt this process whereby the data that Robert's asking for is presented at some point, then that's probably sufficient if it meets these requirements. We don't have that data yet to be able to hand to you now, Robert, but what the experts are telling us is, if that data materializes at some point and it meets this criteria, we give it the thumbs up, generally speaking, in terms of being sufficient. So let's continue to try to pull that data together now, and we can have side meetings to have the experts walk us through it, and then, yeah, hopefully we're able to get a better understanding of how practical it is, how robust it is, and see if making refinements will be useful. Maybe I'll just run through the specifics on this page, and then we can keep that thought running. I think there's probably multiple slides where we'll continue to touch on the issue, or if not, we'll pause and come back. Example model guidance. So even this is not necessarily what we'll end up prescribing, or we could end up prescribing a subset. But in essence, we'll be talking about a model that's publicly available, whether that's free or for a fee, peer-reviewed by recognized competent organization, appropriate peer review group. This might be a point at which, you know, scientific consensus tells us it's good for said applications, in which case, you know, to some extent we defer to the peer review process. It provides us with some assurance. Next, validated. Not only is the model good, but it needs to be validated for your chicken blood scenario. If not, we're not interested in your chicken blood. You cannot get emission reductions for it. And here we have expert guidance as to what some sort of prescribed minimums might look like for a validation process. I'm not going to get into those specifics because I am not one of said experts. But just pause so people can read it and see if anybody has any questions or observations with respect to the validation methodology.
Sammy, it's Karen here.
Hey, Karen.
Hi, I'm late, sorry. In the Nicholas Policy Institute paper that Lydia Olander and I put together on applying biogeochemical process models, it talks about not only validation, but calibration. So it's kind of a two-step process. Yes, you can validate for a geographic region, right? With validation data sets where they're available, but then there is a calibration step of the model as well down to the local level. So you may want to take a look at that paper.
Yes, good point. That's right. So
Karen, is that the one from like 2011 or so?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Honestly, I still need to get my head around what the difference between validation, parameterization, and calibration, but quite possibly we'll end up with multiple sets of similar guidance like this with prescribed minimums. So, good point. And yes.
Goodbye.
Oh, we lost somebody. Did we lose me? Can you guys still hear me? Was that somebody else?
Yeah, you're fine.
You're fine.
Thanks. I wonder who we lost. But yes, point well made. Quite possibly this type of guidance will come in multiple forms with respect to not only validating the model, but parameterizing it and possibly calibrating, or maybe the first and the last without the middle. I still need to understand the difference between those three. They are in fact three. Last point. Oh wait, not last point. Second to last point. The model must incorporate one or more input variables that are monitored ex post. And guidance for verifiers on model sensitivity to inputs. So this one's a little bit of an anomaly, an interesting one, whereby for what we understand, DNDC is going to be, for the most part, run by an independent third party that has the licensing and essentially manages the model. So in that scenario, what we are envisaging, and we'll come back to this later in the verification piece, is that given that there's a independent third party operating the model, we might not need validators to operate it themselves, verifiers, sorry. But if that's the case, we would possibly still prescribe that anybody bringing us a model to us will not only need to go through this validation exercise or method, but they would also present us with some guidance in terms of the sensitivity analysis with respect to the inputs and hand that to the verifier, so the verifiers know what to look at. We'll come back to this at verification stage, but in essence, even if a verifier is not mandated to repeat the modeling themselves, they would be given guidance as to sensitivity of those inputs, and they might want to rush off and do investigations into the inputs to assess the veracity of the data that's gone into the model. Let me pause there and see if anybody wants to touch on validation any further at this point. Soil sampling and stratification. I think we had a comment earlier. I can't remember if we addressed it or if we punted it. If we punted it, feel free to reiterate the comment now and we'll jump in. Let's see. Flexibility in sampling design with minimum standards to ensure consistency and avoid gaming or intentional bias. Let me just sneak ahead and see what that looks like. Ooh, there we go. Okay. So there's a little bit more on the next slide with respect to uncertainty, which might sort of feed into answers if we get questions at this point. But in essence, probably prescribe some minimums, perhaps minimums by way of number of samples per field, standards for randomization and field level certification, and a consistent approach for quantifying uncertainty. And then throw it open to aggregators, project developers to come up with their own specific method, as long as they hit those minimums and the results are within any given threshold, and otherwise create flexibility for the parties to address. And then we're probably, we're still collating feedback on the soil sampling methods themselves as to whether we need to prescribe a given method. And there might also be some minimums that we prescribe with respect to exactly how a lab would treat these samples once they get them. So again, we will probably look to prescribe minimums. We might suggest specific methodologies that could be appropriate. And based on ongoing discussions, we might end up having to hardwire a specific type of method in. But in essence, we want to set minimums and then create flexibility and future-proof so that we don't hardwire something which is, going to be redundant in a year or so's time. Let me pause there and see if we have questions or discussion at this point.
Sammy, does this include, so what about lab measurements and lab procedures? Do you have a slide on that?
No, I don't think we do. I think we had one last time around and we don't have one this time around, but in essence, that could be an example of the type of minimum requirement that we prescribe. We could say it has to be these 2 or 3 lab methods, or it has to be labs that are accredited to such and such. We don't have that level of detail yet, but if you had some thoughts there, most of them.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Can folks mute themselves unless they'd like to speak? Uncertainty. So at the top here we have an example of methodology being proposed to VCS, which prescribes the types of minimums that we're talking about, and then there could be, perhaps several options for which a project developer might be able to meet those requirements through some sort of unique, specific application. So let's run through them briefly. Account separately for sample error, model input error, model structural uncertainty, wrapped up into an overarching uncertainty value at 95% confidence. No deduction for uncertainty below 15% error. Linear deduction for uncertainty above 15%. Example, total uncertainty of 20% would lead to a 5% uncertainty deduction. Down the bottom there, that's an example of what we've used in the forest protocol. So focus on sample error, goal of plus or minus 5% at the 90% confidence interval, with a linear deduction for uncertainty exceeding plus or minus 5%. Let me pause there and see if there's any discussion or questions.
Hi.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, just one comment is that when you're talking about soil carbon change, often the values are quite small. So if you just deal in percentage terms, your absolute error could be quite small. So a forest example, because the forest has larger carbon changes usually. You can't just transfer them exactly. You may have to consider sort of an absolute error, because if you're depending on where you are in the country, if the expected amount of carbon change is quite small, and of course it's going to still be a large project if the area involved is big, but you know, the small change makes it difficult to apply percentages. You might have to consider an absolute error as well in addition. I'm just pointing it out as just to keep it flexible.
All right, anybody else want to throw out some thoughts in response perhaps, or any alternative or additional ideas? I have to admit I'm not sufficiently gifted in terms of statistics to be able to sensibly respond to that, I'm afraid. So not ignoring you, just not equipped to respond.
Hey, Brian, it's Karen here. Maybe we should share some examples of the stuff that we've done in the past, right? On thinking on this.
Yeah, sure. We could send something out.
Great. That.
Also, Karen here, 95% confidence seems really, really tight. I kind of like your, you know, the forest approach where it's 90% confidence, but within a plus or minus 5%. Because, I mean, when you think about rolling up multiple errors and then having it at a 95% confidence, wow. I guess they kind of compensate for that with the linear deduction for uncertainty, but 95% just seems really tight.
Well, does Indigo want to speak to that, given that it's a proposal that's being developed by the actual aggregator themselves?
This is Dan. Can folks hear me?
Yes, hi Dan. Dan, do you want to let folks know where you're from?
Yeah, this is Dan from Indigo as well. The way we've been thinking about that is it's the way that the Vera standard is written is that it's the half width of the 95% confidence interval needs to be within plus or minus 15% of the mean for the overall project. So depending upon how wide that bell curve is, and you know what you described, Karen, I think has a tighter bound of sort of what you have, the plus or minus, you were saying plus or minus 5% of the mean, is that right? But a sort of a narrower confidence interval. So I mean, it'd be worth probably walking through some scenarios to try to understand which is the right approach. I think we've just tried to be consistent here with what we've seen in other standards.
I think it would be good to go through some examples.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we appreciate that. You're able to bring that together and help us understand a little bit better. We can hopefully have some of our reserve staff sitting on such discussions as well, and you can walk us through it. That'd be fantastic. Any other observations at this point?
Isn't part of the reason for the 95% confidence part of what other markets are requiring? I mean, I'm thinking about, often people are looking at this to try to come into the California market. Whether or not that's a good thing, we can debate separately. But that's, I believe, what the California market requires.
I think that, well, one point, there is no soil carbon actively being generated in the California market. So perhaps the different applications could justify a different approach. That's one thing. Another point, I think the California program will look to experts just the same as this effort to inform that. So even if there is an existing approach, if consensus is to suggest an alternative could be reasonable, then I would imagine that they would be open to considering it. But does John or Sarah want to maybe speak to whether the example here matches the compliance protocol for forestry in California?
The confidence deductions and target sampling error didn't change between our voluntary protocol and the compliance protocol. So that example is the same. The figure here does not apply to the compliance protocol, though. That's for our aggregation approach.
Okay, thanks, Sarah.
And so, I mean, the 95%, I'm 98% sure comes from the California market. I could go and find a specific part, but in my conversations with ARB and in the development of the RICE protocol, I'm pretty sure they were going for the 95% confidence interval in the end quantification. Now, there's a part of that that goes back to Karen's point earlier, which I don't want to lose, is that, you know, when we start thinking about the roll up on this, there's that angle that we need to consider. And I think I think it would be worth talking through that on how we get there. But I think the ultimate 95, if the approach of this is to get into California's market, I'm pretty certain that's what they're going to require.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair point with respect to the models themselves. Yeah, that's a fair point. So the reserve protocol is talking about soil organic carbon, whereas the approach you're describing, the RICE approach for the California offset protocol for RICE, which is via the use of DNDC, not for soil carbon, but for CH4 in particular. Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it feels like.
But don't go down the road of the gas. It wouldn't matter if it's tree carbon, methane, nitrous oxide, soil carbon. It's the 95. It wasn't the methane that was driving it. It was something in the regulation, and I'd have to go back and look at my notes and look at the regulation. But I know there's something that tied it to that 95%.
Right, but I meant with respect to the use of the model, because what we're talking about at the bottom there is that the California compliance offset protocol for forestry has 90% confidence interval with respect to sequestered carbon in the trees, but that's not via the use of a biogeochemical model. Was there somebody else? I think there was another voice that was about to jump in.
This was Dan, but I'm less familiar with the other standards, but it seems like that's a good place to look and to try to be consistent with other agricultural protocols if there is precedent there. But I'm happy to pull together some folks on our team who've been thinking about the stacking of model structural uncertainty with input error uncertainty and the like to get to a total project level uncertainty and try to think through what's going to be the combination of rigorous as well as still allow for credit generation.
Yep, and then from the reserve side, it's a point well made by Robert. If we can draw on specific requirements for compliance programs, then that would be a really good idea, and we'll look explicitly at the California program to draw on that level of detail. That's a useful step. So thanks for that, Robert. Any other comments or observations at this point for this content? Okay.
Wouldn't mind. I missed jumping in on the Stratify. If you wouldn't mind jumping back one slide.
Yeah, it's not very detailed though. There it is.
I just wanted to add a little bit more detail in there because it's Stratify is certainly for reducing uncertainty in terms of our sample location selection, but recognizing that that's the algorithms for that are certainly evolving fairly quickly. But that's the other pieces besides the sample location selection are also including. I think there's somebody else mentioned that we should be including again the lab methods at the location, but also the in-field sampling methods, because it's not just lab methods, whether it's dry combustion or LOI is good, but also that there are more approaches that will be available in the field, especially spectroscopy and so forth. And then the other is, I think, making sure that we're capturing that the other variable in terms of depth and consistency of depth measurement.
Yes, so a lot there.
15 to 30, down to 1 meter, etc.
Right, yeah, that's ongoing discussion. It gets more.
And some of the models only work at certain depths and so forth, but so that's one of that will be one of our constraints.
Right. Everybody wants it to be as deep as possible for direct measurement, but the opposite for modeling based on the model's capabilities. So we would look to prescribe in-field sampling requirements. Certainly, we mentioned just generically earlier that we want this to be scientifically defensible. So you can't just sort of have at it with your shovel however you see fit. There will probably be some prescribed best practices that would have to be demonstrated with respect to each sample that's taken. That will then have to be sent off to a lab. There might be some specific requirements with respect to accreditation and or methodologies that the lab must follow. So I think we're all on the same page there.
Yeah, and including some of the metadata in terms of in-field process, geolocation for the sampling depth, like all that.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that's fairly standard coming over from the forestry side. So luckily we've got a wealth of experience to draw on. And then if you were on the first work group meeting, you might recall that Indigo provided us with an example of a tool that they have, which would help to capture some of that metadata in field. And it was like they described it as TurboTax for carbon, I think. Please excuse me if I'm getting that wrong. And what it showed was interesting. It was some sort of little handheld device, and they had a bag of soil with one of those weird what do you call it, QR codes. And so it was an example of how possibly we would be able to use technology to automate the capture of in-field data. And perhaps it would be a bag that's sealed, and the sealed bag would go to the lab, and the lab would be able to tick the box. Invariably, labs that are receiving materials sort of try to think through chain of evidence and the condition that they receive it in. So they might be able to sort of help verify the continuity of the sample. So I think we'll draw on the forestry experience and try to prescribe minimums for all of those various steps. So I think we're on the same page as to where the final results come out. We haven't developed those yet, but I think everything you said is elements that we're actively hoping to build into this by way of prescribing minimums, but otherwise allowing for flexibility. And then, yeah, in theory, newer technologies. So there's an interesting example of a balance. Half of you might be telling us you need to prescribe minimums in terms of exactly how you do the sample, et cetera, et cetera. And then the other half might say, yeah, but what about that fancy thing that's about to come that doesn't quite exist tomorrow? It's about to come out. So hopefully we can draw this up in a way that we have minimums, so that, let's say, if you were going out there with a shovel, you would have to shovel this way, this depth, sideways, this way, take the rock, ignore the rock, put it into a bag, seal it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or if you had that fancy thing that doesn't exist yet, come to the reserve and offer up a methodology for use of said fancy thing, and the reserve will approve it. Something like that might be a useful framework that prescribes minimums, but yet doesn't close the door on future technologies that we see very promising results for, and we don't want to have to come back and open the protocol up and change it. We'll hopefully be able to accommodate it in a single document now. Let me pause there and see if there's other observations or questions.
Yes, so I just have a quick question. I mean, has the back of the envelope estimation been done for the types of practices? And I mean, I'm just thinking about the magnitude of changes that you're expecting and the expected variability that you'd have. I mean, it'd be helpful for us when making these kind of decisions within the protocol to have just some back of the envelope calculation to see what the implications would be of using different confidence intervals, and if there's certain activities that might not make the cut then. I don't know if that's something that you'd be able to provide.
Short answer, no, but let's see if Indigo's already run those numbers on their side. At the reserves end, no, we typically don't have access to all that data. So we're sitting in the ivory tower with all of you prescribing all these things, and we need to try to balance practicalities by having folks like all of you from different backgrounds here to sort of push us and say that's actually never going to work. Let me stop there and see if Indigo can speak to what they're seeing with respect to real data and where this leaves them, all these fine lines that we're trying to draw in the sand here.
Yeah, this is Dan again. We're starting to get some results back from preliminary analysis of using the DNDC model in this case, that give us a lens into the error under certain scenarios. So we will certainly be more than happy to share that data as it becomes available. We don't have it in hand at the moment, but we're underway in collecting it.
Dan, is it just that you've run the model, or do you have sampling on the ground?
So it's both. We run the model using sampling on the ground, but that's using sampling to initialize the model. It's not using sort of 2 sampling events to test against the model. We don't have those kinds of time series studies yet. But for the early years of credit issuance, of course, we'll just be using single measurements and then the model. So we have some. That's what we're starting to assess now. And like I said, we'd love to review that with all of you, or whoever from this group wants to see it.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see that. I really hope that this turns out to be wildly successful. We ran, and this doesn't mean that it's going to be your experience, but we did the initial running of the model for rice, and we were looking at 3 tons per acre. And when it got down to it, we were actually doing it in the field. We were an order of magnitude off. And that's not 30 tons per acre, it's 0.3. So I'm hoping, and I don't know if there's anything that we can provide to help avoid those mistakes, because that was pretty frustrating and demoralizing. I kept asking, can you run it again? Can you run it again?
We'd love to try to understand how to learn from the mistakes wherever possible. So I don't know if there's sort of a post-mortem or something like that, the equivalent of you're able to do to kind of walk through what you guys had done in the past. Maybe there's a subgroup, Sammy, of the team here who could sort of get together to hear about that and discuss some of these model uncertainty questions together, because I think the whole group would love to make sure we avoid that as much as possible.
That sounds great. General message would be, you're welcome to facilitate discussions amongst yourselves, but certainly what we'll do at the reserve is try to facilitate a group discussion specifically on models and validation. We're already looking at that. We had one last week, obviously, and we're very much interested in doing that, but certainly don't let us stop you doing side meetings either if anybody wants to get together. But we're definitely at the reserve interested in facilitating such a discussion, so we'll reach out to you all and see who wants to join us for something like that.
Great.
Yeah, thanks to all of you. That's very, very generous of you to be sharing your previous experiences and possibly data. I think that's gone well above and beyond, so that will be quite useful. How do folks feel about progressing? I think let's see, we had the next slide. Yeah. Any further thoughts with respect to the quantification piece? Quite a lot there that we covered. Okay. Quick time check. We've got about 45 minutes. We're probably about halfway through, so very much not on track. But actually, yeah, monitoring, reporting, verification is kind of the last chunk, and it's not quite as heavy as some of that stuff. So optimistic that we'll get you out. let's see, monitoring reporting. Flexible reporting periods to align with agronomic cycles. Start with the earliest field post-harvest and end with the latest field harvest. You know, I would imagine most of these will be 12 months or shorter, but we've had some stakeholders suggest that some agronomic cycles or cultivation cycles might be longer than 12 months. It's intriguing to me. Can't imagine what they are, but that'd be interesting to see. And essentially, we'll try to accommodate any such cycles. Could be quite conceptually tricky, but in theory, we'll be able to accommodate all of those. Rely on grower attestation for qualitative data where independent sources are unavailable. And then look for a hierarchy of data sources for quantitative inputs to modeling baseline. Now, Dawn, I think it was something with respect to what you said, but I forgot what it was. But I think I was parking something for when we get to this page, and I can't remember exactly why. But this here, those A, B, C, D dot points, are essentially an example of what we've used in our nitrogen protocol by way of a hierarchy of alternatives of information that we could accept. So the first is direct grower records and data sources. And this might have related to your idea of using remote sensing for setting the baseline. Forget what the literature says. We've got remote sensing which tells us that no, they didn't really do it effectively. Well, great. That is actually at the top of the pyramid in terms of what we want. If you have actual data, let's have at it. That's the best case scenario. If you don't, not a problem. We're not going to close the door on you. There might be alternatives by which you convince us that you have sufficient information. Here's the alternatives. Perhaps an agronomic plan. For instance, if you had a nutrient management plan that was used for some regulatory body or whatever, that could be quite useful. Something that's come from a third party could be quite useful. You know, that probably would include nutrients, could include yield, it could include a number of the quantitative inputs for modeling. So we would be very happy to look at those. Perhaps grower attestations, maybe with a caveat that we need to do a little bit of sort of fact checking, ground truthing. The values align with evidence supported values from similar fields. Published regional average values, maybe even third party attestations. So third party might be good to bolster the grower attestation, evidence supported values from similar fields. You know, it might be that we're able to have a independent third party come along and say, yeah, that's plausible. Yeah, that agronomic plan is definitely in line with what I see in this region. It's quite common. Or it could be that the grower attests to a certain set of facts and the third party comes along and says, yes, definitely plausible. That's very much what we see in this neighborhood, something like that. Published regional average values could be useful. So draw on literature if you don't have project-specific data. Those could be a variety of useful sources for information. So we say that specifically here with respect to quantitative model baseline inputs. But that same idea of a hierarchy of approaches where we want real data, but if you don't have it, there could be alternatives. That could be applied to a number of different sort of data sets that we hope to inform this qualification and MRV as well. Leverage remote sensing and machine data where possible. Rely on remote sensing for monitoring reversals after crediting. So, yeah, we talked about hopefully not even having to do that if we can get recidivism data, but certainly if we're able to draw on automated sources of data that are as less intrusive for the farmer and the aggregator as possible, that would be fantastic. Let me pause there and see if there's anybody wants to throw out any questions or observations. Okay. Verification, pretty much the same mantra again. Going back to that idea of sampling, stratification. So again, with respect to verification, we'd look to do the same thing, risk-based sampling approach. No need to visit thousands of fields or review 100% of the data and the evidence. This is a standard across all offset programs and other greenhouse gas and environmental programs, pretty common concept. Risk-based sampling approach with respect to verification, and essentially deferring to the verifier to come up with their own assessment of the different types of information and what sort of risks they present, and rolling out their verification approach accordingly. We'll look to explore the use of proxies, the site visits, or to otherwise supplement verification activities. So personally, I'm excited about this notion of never having to do a site visit ever again. That would be fantastic. As to whether we can get there or not remains to be seen. And I had a question the other day, is this a broader reserve approach to try to whittle down site visits? And the simple response is no. This is something that I've personally inserted in there, but thus far, I think people are happy to entertain the idea, people within the reserve, people on the work group, observers. So we'll continue to test out this notion. Let's explore to see if we can use third-party proxies, existing systems, programs, technologies, to have it so that we don't need to fly a verifier around the country to a minimum number of fields. That would be a good outcome in terms of reducing transaction costs. So that's a goal. Some ideas about what we could draw on. Existing government programs that involve outside review and or record of farm activities. What's an example? Let's say a farm's already involved in an RCS or USDA conservation program, and that program included some sort of a check, some sort of a verification of something. Well, possibly we could rely on that as being robust evidence of whatever it is that's being checked, and maybe that would contribute to the risk dropping, such that we could say to a verifier, yeah, we agree, you don't need to fly out there. So we'll explore that. Leveraging expertise of trusted third parties. So possibly if there's a trusted third party that's physically walking around at some point during the year, then maybe we don't need to fly somebody out there to also walk around. I think part of this idea is to just carefully think through what exactly is the value to have a human walk around on a field at one point in the year, quite possibly well after all of the activities in question have finished. There might be quite limited sets of information such that having a person walk around there and see it is valuable. And if we can focus in on those and we can look at ways to use proxies to eliminate the need or the value add for that, then we'll see if we can do that. We had somebody suggest that there might be a conflict of interest there, even with trusted third parties. So maybe you would want some sort of a conflict of interest review. And one idea was pitched was that maybe you don't get the agent from that county. Maybe you ask the agent from the next county. That could be a really easy way to tick the box of reducing a conflict of interest. So we can explore options like that. And then again, technologies like remote sensing could be very useful. Existing data capture system tools. So, if the farmer has got a tractor with one of these fancy meters on it that's logging all sorts of data, fantastic. Let's grab that and let's use it as much as possible to cut down on the need for verification of set data points. Let you pause there and see if we have any feedback. Plus, I just want to check this question or the question coming in.
I think
so,
one of the,
Sammy,
I don't know if this is, oh, go ahead, Robert.
So on the point that you have about existing government programs, so I've got a grant right now with USDA, as you know, and we're looking at being able to use government programs. And what we're hearing from USDA is that those resources are stretched thin. They've become more paperwork pressures than field resources. So I don't know if the RCDs are a potential, but I think it's worth digging in some more on that. And I was disheartened to learn that we've gone so far with the bureaucracy with USDA that people aren't getting out and giving advice to farmers in the field as much as they would like.
Yeah, that's a point well made. So I think what we'll do is just offer by way of examples. I don't know that we're going to spend a lot of time ringing up thousands of people around the country to say, okay, John in this county is going to do it, and we'll put John's name down. I think it's just more a general concept. If you can find such people, we'll entertain that idea. And secondly, I imagine people will be paying these people. That's how I conceptualize it. It's not that go to NRCS and you just offset your costs because they're going to just do it for free. In the back of my head, the way it works is nobody's doing anything for free. You might be able to pay your NRCS agent to do something, or your agronomist, instead of paying a verified to fly over to where you are. So instead of paying $800 plus the hotel plus the car, so $1,200, $1,300, $1,500, maybe you pay John down the road. So there could be ways to overcome even budget shortages potentially, but I don't know that the reserve will have the resources to properly flesh that out. But let's continue to try to draw on those resources from studies like the USDA one you're involved in, and help flesh out, just how probable this idea is.
I like your creativity.
And was that Karen? Did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is monitoring or verification, but we had a phone call this morning with a group who has a network of pilots for drones across Canada and the US, and I think Indigo Ag's familiar with them too. And so there's going to be all sorts of interesting existing and emerging systems and tools that could come into play in this, Sammy. So it's kind of exciting to see that there are people who have networks of entities out there that could be considered third party, that have all sorts of interesting ways of monitoring what's going on in the landscape.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let me just throw in a slightly tangential issue, but just to remind folks that one thing we want to make clear here is that we respect the privacy of farmers' data. So we know that there's been some concerns recently about mysterious drones flying over. So certainly what we would do is we would encourage anybody who's looking to take part in our program to do so with the respect of the communities that they're involved in, and just be cognizant of issues with respect to data privacy. And then, we will also look to ensure any data that actually comes in is kept safe. But yeah, absolutely, the use of technologies is looking more and more promising every day. And just so we don't freak people out by the mention of the word drones, we'll continue to advocate for the respect and safe treatment of the data of parties that's been gathered with any project that comes into our program. Let me just pause there, and I'm going to check the question box, but continue the discussion if folks are interested. Okay. We've got some really interesting discussion coming in from the observers as well, so that'll be fun for us to download and take a look at the end of the meeting if we have time, or afterwards, maybe over the weekend. But yeah, great points raised so far by folks. So we're equally excited about some of these ideas, and let's see how it works out. Let's see, where were we? Existing data capture systems and tools, look for ways to avoid the need for specialized expertise. So yeah, sometimes protocols or programs will prescribe minimums with respect to the expertise of the parties involved. And obviously here we're talking about a bunch of complex stuff, right? We're talking about soil carbon, perhaps soil scientists would be useful. We're talking about agronomy, even just stepping back away from the specific complexities of soil carbon, even just agronomy in general, farming in general. I'm no expert. I'm not going to be able to tell if what this farmer is telling us about a specific cropping system is accurate or not. Sure, I've had a little bit of experience, but somebody who's expert in that area, that'd be fantastic to be able to draw on those people. So one thing we have to think through carefully is, do we mandate that? Do we mandate that the verifier or verification team needs to have somebody who's expert in the given model, somebody who's expert in soil science? In other words, if we've got a bunch of samples coming in and the shovel went a bit to the left or to the right, or it was this deep, that deep, do we need to have somebody who's expert who can pick up that slight change is problematic because of this reason or that reason? Or can we work in safe checks and balances so that we don't need to mandate that? Maybe we encourage it, we don't make it strictly necessary. You might ask why? Well, simple answer is the more and more expertise we mandate on the verification team, the more expensive that verification becomes, which makes it more challenging for projects. So this is an area where, you know, our decisions on this could have a significant impact on the cost of developing a project. So this is an opportunity for us to talk through with you all what we think is a sensible balance between having our verifiers as informed as possible and not choking our projects with cost prohibitive requirements. Let me pause there where I quickly check the chat function. Yeah, good feedback on looking at the ISO standards. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on those. We liaise regularly with ANSI and the equivalent body in Canada and also Mexico, and we have participated in the updates of the ISO 14064 standards recently, so we'll definitely keep a close eye on all available best practices. Was there somebody else that was jumping in there? I may have cut someone off.
Yeah, this is Martin. I've just replaced Jacqueline, who had to step out, and I was just observing on the monitoring verification, you're going very wide on the options, very open on future development. And I think just the last point that you mentioned actually puts the point to how do you assure the quality of the reviews and the monitoring. And just from our experience, we've seen the better we structure the process, like what we want to use for monitoring, the more we can reduce on the experts. And the more open we stay on the approaches, the higher the need for experts. And I think that's just something, as you continue developing this, that needs to be taken into account. So you can't go all open and still get rid of the experts, because I think that's kind of contradicts just being wide open. And in the end, you just need to be sure that what's reported and what's verified is really there. Otherwise, you lose credibility.
Yes, excellent point. There's always, not always, quite often, a lot of these discussions end up being a matter of balancing competing objectives. So yeah, that was very, very well put. We'd be very happy to follow up with you on specific recommendations if you had any. Okay, let me take a quick look down here. So yeah, with respect to the biogeochemical models, you know, this notion that DNDC might be run by an independent third party may cut down on the need for a verifier to obtain raw data and obtain a clean copy of DNDC, insert said data themselves, and run the model themselves. That could be quite an interesting and novel departure from how biogeochemical models are typically, the verification of such models typically occurs in offset programs. Typically, if a program uses a model, project developer uses said model, then the verifier has to come and repeat that exercise themselves, adding significantly to the costs of the verification. Here, we think we may be able to avoid that. However, one thing that we'll probably require is that some guidance be given for said model for the verifiers so that they can do a sensitivity analysis on the inputs at least. I think that makes sense, but we'll continue to explore that idea. Okay, no more comments at this stage. I think maybe we'll move on to the next page and see where it takes us. Oof, here we go. Data security. Aha, didn't imagine it. Okay, so this slide again, just getting at data security. So what we're trying to say to you here is that, let's read what it says. Each box shows the data generated and passed along to the next stage. Sensitive and/or personally identified information is also highlighted in orange text. Dashed lines, so just to the right there in the middle, shows the point at which personally identified info is no longer viewable. Contracts between the parties to the left of the dashed line are used to manage that sensitive information. Okay, so what sort of information? Clearly, there's going to be a whole bunch of sensitive information gathered at the start from growers. Practices, maybe ownership, field boundaries, contracts, greenhouse gas data. That sort of information can help competition, peers, other parties understand what's happening on the farm. And it's the type of data that's being gathered by companies and sold and bought, and all sorts of weird things happen with it. So that data is being captured here. That data is being captured by the aggregator, or if there's some sort of service provider in between them, perhaps that's happening as well, but it'll come to the aggregator. The aggregator will then package a small subset of the information up and pass it over to the reserve in terms of the submittal form, which is very basic application form. Very, very little amount of that data will come through. But then the majority of the data that we need, will be a subset of that overall data, will come to the verifier in the form of a monitoring report. So that's moving from the second box on the left to the box in the middle. The verifier will then package that data up into a verification report, and that'll be, again, a small subset of the information that's coming from the aggregator will end up in a verification report, and that data will then come over to the reserve. So it's only at this point here where the orange line is that we have a bit of information coming to us that's sensitive, and it's going to be a very small subset of the information that's probably initially captured by the aggregator. As soon as the information comes to us, at that point, there's really no need for too much by way of sensitive information. We probably don't really need, for instance, Farmer Joe's name and address, any of that level of detail. It could probably be scrubbed to the point where we just need to know that there's a number of farms and the data is there for certain farms, but we can't necessarily identify exactly whose farm it is, where, all that sort of detail. Then from there, even a small amount of information is published by us publicly. Typically, it's just a statement which says the overall number of credits issued to the project. We don't even necessarily have the level of detail in there with respect to how many farms and where they were. So in terms of how the reserve itself handles data, we're going to get a small subset of data. Hardly any of it will be sensitive information, and we can even negotiate with the parties to further protect information. Basically, at that point, there should be relatively little risk with respect to the reserve taking and mishandling information. And then buyers, again, buyers of credits will have very little access to all the information coming straight from the farm. That's what is mandated by the system. If these parties wanted to themselves decide that they want to give the buyer a little bit more information, they want a nice brochure where the buyer can see a picture of the cow and the little kid milking it and that sort of thing, that's fine, but it wouldn't be prescribed, it wouldn't be required by our system. Now, that's the structures we have in place to ensure that there is data integrity. But what we can also do is softly, by way of guidance, look back over to the left of that orange line and give some guidance about how those parties might like to manage that data. We will probably be relatively hands-off, but we can at least ensure that the parties involved are educated about emerging standards for protecting data, and we can certainly make sure that that information is made available to farmers and the public when we're going around talking to people about this program. We can say, look, this general structure ensures that certainly the reserve is not going to be making sensitive data available, but not only that, we would encourage you to explore your relationships with these key parties that will be probably involved in developing projects, and make sure that there's contracts and understandings in place so that you can ask them, are you going to sell my data, or are you going to do this, are you going to do that, and educate the parties as to safeguards that might be effective to make sure farmers' data is kept safe and doesn't get to places where the farmer doesn't want it to get. Let me pause there and see. We certainly have a lot of really knowledgeable folks on the work group that have got a lot of experience in this area. Let's see if anybody wants to add anything or ask any questions at this point.
So with previous verification statements, you'd have a map, and the map would have general information, pins on it about where projects are. Are you thinking about that with these projects? Will there be any geographic crop, any type of that reference in the reports?
So we can distinguish between reports and statements. The statements will be published online, and it'll just be, this project got this big bag full of credits, and this is how many shiny coins were in that bag. It won't be any maps or anything like that. The reports will have a lot of that detail in there, but we don't necessarily need to make those reports public on our website. And we can also explore further the degree to which information is put in those reports. What we can say is probably, prescribed minimums, and let's exclude the map, right? There's no need for a map to be published, but also it might be that there's a contract between the aggregator and the verifier, and the aggregator says to the verifier, I don't want you putting anything in the report that's not strictly required. If they don't require a map, don't put it in there. We don't want you doing it. And we can also actively engage in discussions with both of those parties during the development process, right? So we would continuously encourage an open door policy to say to the aggregators, to the verifiers, to the farmers, come and talk to us if you're worried about this, or you're not sure what to put in it, or what's needed. Come and talk to us. Here's our prescribed minimums. Definitely no maps required. We're definitely not going to publish any maps, but come and ask us if you're interested or you're wondering about it.
So I do think there's a way to put. So I think people will be interested in knowing where their credits are coming from, and I do think there's a way to be able to create it in a manner that is doesn't give too much information. I mean, you can put a dot on a map that's a high enough scale and low enough resolution that it could be anyone within a 5-mile radius. So, I agree, we don't want to have it on there, but I think no data may not be the right approach. I think high-level data might be the better approach.
Yep, that's quite sensible. And also, let's just step back for a sec. What we're talking about is mandatory information. I think, quite possibly every aggregator and every farmer wants some minimum data of the type you described out there, right? In order to sell your credit, you want to tell people about the awesome work you're doing on your farm. That's probably going to add value. That's probably what the aggregator is going to want to do, and what the growers are going to want to do. As far as what the reserve forces people to do, it's going to be an absolute minimum. And maybe you're right. Maybe we will force at least a dot point at the county level, perhaps. That might be something that we force on people. But certainly people would be free to voluntarily put in as much information as they want, and we could even help them. We could work with them and create beautiful blossom maps that says this is where the fields are. Look at this great thing that's happening. Here's a picture of the dog with the farmer. We could do all of that, but I guess just to step back a bit, what we're talking about is the absolute minimum that we would accept before we're going to give you any credits, and it's likely to be at this stage when we're not likely to require too much by way of identifiable information.
Sami, this is Martin again. Just to be clear here, we're talking about a hierarchy of data here going from detail to very high level. The audit trail will still work in the other direction, right? So if I want to know where a certain credit comes from, I could still trace it back all the way to the grower. Or is that also interrupted?
No, that would be interrupted.
In that case, I would suggest that there's a bit of thought going into this, because when I look how we use, not we, but how the projects sell land use credits, the location or of origin is usually key to that, because otherwise people just simply don't trust that this credit has come from a well, trustable source. So, I mean, it's okay to just keep the data anonymized and not traceable from a publication point of view. But for you as a registry, you should keep a audit trail backwards. This data may not be on your side of this dotted line, but at least to be able to go back from the verifier to the aggregator and to the grower in a one-on-one relationship. Because otherwise you're going to lose credibility, or you run the risk of losing credibility.
Yeah, that's a point well made. This is obviously a pretty sort of a simple slide, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're right. And I personally would think that some sort of level of identifiable data is going to be a prescribed minimum, but I guess this is just a very general overview slide to assure people that typically speaking, we don't grab vast troves of sensitive information and publish it, because there was a little bit of alarm going around earlier that that's going to be what's happening here, and you know, possibly where the big bag bogeyman coming to take information and selling it. But you're absolutely right. At least some minimum level of identifiable data is going to be very useful. It's exactly what Robert said. Perhaps a pinpoint on the map that says it's from, you know, King County in California, something like that, for sure. But I think if you look at any carbon registry anywhere in the planet, you'll see that typically they don't publish latitude, longitude, home address, phone number of the party involved. It's typically a little bit less than that.
No, that's
some
not
programs
the
do.
point. Sorry, Sami. Just if
That's
you look at the slide, the way I would see it is you add an ID on the grower and you pull this ID, which essentially is anonymized, all the way to the registry. So you actually do know where it's come from, not the phone number, not the name, maybe not even coordinates, but at least you have a traceability backwards to where it came from. That's what I mean. Not sharing any of the data, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And to be clear, we've been doing this for almost 15 years, so we do absolutely do that for every single project. What we're trying to describe at a very high level is that you don't have to worry that we're taking your data and selling it and shopping it on wholesale to the public. This is one slide which is meant to capture a general theme of data security, and that we respect it and we'll try to do our best to safeguard it. If you think that there's some sort of you know, general position that we're not interested in tracing the credits back, I can assure you that's not the case. We've got hundreds of projects, I think maybe 500 that's come through our system, and every single one of them we have sufficient data to be able to say that we stand by all of those credits. We know where they've come from, et cetera, and we've had no complaints of data breaches. This is a very high level general slide to just sort of make it clear that we hear that the stakeholders concerned about data integrity, and that we will do our best to safeguard it. So perhaps it's overly simplified and I might have misspoke to the level of safeguards we have, but certainly we will be able to understand exactly where the credits are coming from, and to be able to, you know, pinpoint problems to the degree that we're able to go in and ask specific questions about problem areas and send a verifier into specific problem areas if we need to, right? If we uncover that farm XID1 is a problem, then we send the verifier to that specific farm. But point well made. Definitely, we're not watering this down to the point where it doesn't work. we're not suggesting a change from our usual practice, and we are quite robust in how we do that. We'll continue to be. Yeah, sorry if I created the impression that we don't carefully track all of our credits.
But there's even, I mean, another way you can look at this, Sammy, and that is that so the data will exist. It's just who has it and where it will exist. The project developer will have it. The verifier gets access to it. You could argue that it doesn't necessarily even need to go to the registry, because if there's an issue, if you find an issue and say, hey, this vintage of credits, there's an issue with it, it needs to be investigated, then you call it into question, and then you either have to have the project developer go and or document why they think it's good, or a verifier go look at it. So ultimately, the way I heard you structure this at the beginning was that the project developer is ultimately responsible, accountable, liable for these credits. So if they are, and you say, you know what, until you can prove to me otherwise, I'm invalidating these credits. And the developer may say, fine, we'll invalidate them, we'll replace them with something else. Or, and there's knock-on effects of that because of permanence and all of that. So I don't want to minimize that. But I think that there's something to be said that, you may not need to have that level of detail, but as long as that detail is there and it can be, there's a way to do the checks on it. So I'll throw that out there for discussion and thought.
Yeah, it's Karen here. Sammy, I think you've hit the right balance. What we require in Alberta, and remember it's a regulated market, is that each project developer fills out a spatial locator template that the government issues, and then all of the parcels of land, which is sensitive information, never mind a farmer's name, even having like a legal land location would tell a competitor or a salesperson or whatever, hey, I'm going to go out, this guy is motivated by, sustainability, I'm going to go sell him some foo-foo dust. So that is held by the registry behind the scenes, but available. So the project developer has it, the registry has it, but they don't share it. It's there for the regulator if they need it. And so we respect the privacy of the land legal locations in the projects, but it's available.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe what I'll say is let's rip this orange line out and move it to the right of the registry, because that's typically where it probably falls in terms of the line of this field sensitive data. Typically, we do have sufficient data to be able to identify a lot of that. So yeah, this slide's just not particularly useful. Obviously, it's causing concerns that I can assure you are things that we're very much on top of. It's just not a particularly well developed slide, shall we say that. What I can tell you is every single project in our system, we know exactly where it's located on the planet Earth, and then we have all of the identifiable details in terms of those that are required by the protocol. So typically we'll have GIS data on boundaries. If there are contracts that we need to see, we will have copies of those, or maybe not the contracts, because we don't necessarily need to see if the verifier's seen it, but typically the location at a minimum. We generally have those. As to whether we need to see that now or we trust that the verifier's viewed it, that's to be determined. But this wasn't meant to convey the message that we're just sort of sitting there and willfully ignorant of all of that data. And as to whether the buyer will be able to identify the specific farm, not sure, probably not, but definitely happy to keep that discussion going. We can see other scenarios where it very much is the case, like a livestock offset project, where the buyer can pinpoint exactly which farm. With this type of aggregated cropping protocol, where there might be thousands of farms, the information you would get might be that there's 1,000 farms and here's all the pinpoints around the country. You're not going to be able to take your credit back to the specific farm because it's going to be aggregated at the project level. So in that sense, the nexus is broken anyway between the buyer and the specific farmer. But the buyer quite possibly will be able to, at least, as Robert put it, get a sense of where roughly in the country those 1,000 farms are. I would imagine that the reserve is going to have all that information, or be able to request it at least. So perhaps this orange line should be on the right of the registry box, but most likely that level of detail won't go to the buyer unless the aggregator grower decide that they voluntarily want to present that information. Because remember, we issue credits to the aggregator. If the farmer and the aggregator want to give glossy brochures of exactly where their address is, that would be quite an effective marketing tool, perhaps. But we will look to retain sufficient data to allow us to identify specific fields and be able to trace those back. So, yeah, in hindsight, I think we can revise this slide for future purposes if we use this again. Let me pause there and see if there's any further comments, and just note there's 1 minute left, so we might want to move on. In fact, I think I will move on. But very, very useful discussion there, and certainly some good insights into where we might want to draw the line there. Let's just touch on next steps, given it's our last minute. So today's the second workgroup meeting. The third workgroup meeting will be on Friday, April the 3rd. From there, we'll go into, we'll ask the workgroup for public comment, for the workgroup to provide feedback. From there, we'll go to public comment. And we're hoping to take this to our board on June 10th. What we want from workgroup members, get in touch with any feedback. We're going to probably have a couple of follow-up chats, at least one with respect to modeling. We talked about that a number of times, so that's going to come. That will be very useful. Looking forward to that. Anybody else, reach out. If you want to set up a one-on-one discussion, or if you want in on any of those proposed sub-meetings that we just talked about, let us know. Open door policy here. And then get ready for the review of the protocol, which will come soon. Reserve staff, we're drafting. We're preparing for the next meeting. Straightforward. A couple of email contact details there. The policy one will come through, and Heather will check that in the first instance, and I'll check that. And then there's my email address there. So again, right on the hour. Thank you very much for all of you. That was a really good level of discussion, so really appreciate it. Absolutely exactly what we need, that robust feedback. So very useful. And just a reminder, this webinar will be recorded and posted to our website. So if you want to go back and double check anything, you're welcome to. Reach out anytime via email, or you've probably got my phone number on the emails as well. So reach out by phone anytime as well. And yeah, thanks again, folks. Really appreciate your time, especially for this 4-hour meeting. But thank you very much.